Welcome, one and all, to tonight's episode of Pop Talk. I am your host, Mike, and joining me this evening is Common Sense America, the smoking patriot.
What's happening, y'all? Thanks, Mike, for having me on.
You're welcome, brother. So tonight we are going to be talking about Russell T Davies returning to Doctor Who. We're also going to be talking about the season 3 trailer for the Orville. And we're also going to be talking about the Super Mario Brothers movie. But also, before going live, did you see the news? Common Sense. Concerning J. Michael Straczynski, a certain property of his.
Was this about a Babylon 5 like reboot or something like that?
Yes, sir.
I saw the headline. I didn't get a chance to read the article, but I saw the headline.
Well, let's go ahead and get into that article. I'll pull it up and we'll get right into it. So this news was just this news was just released today. All right. Have to hear just a moment here for you folks.
Yeah, reboots always scare me because it's, Babylon 5 is such a great series. Now, some of the movies they made based off of it were very hit or miss, but it was overall a great series. And it's like, I don't want you to reboot it, just like remaster it, like update the effects, the quality, everything, just give it a little facelift, really.
Well, not only that, they have a remastered version on HBO Max.
Oh,
but why not release it on physical media for those that want to have it in their collection?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm one of those people that would rather have it in my physical collection instead of signing onto a deal for HBO Max just to be able to watch Babylon 5 in high definition. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm buying physical copies of as much stuff as I can. I'm assuming you've heard of the show Sequest DSV.
Yes, I have. I used to watch it.
Oh, I loved it, and it was on either Netflix or Amazon. I can't remember what streaming service it was years ago, but then it went dark. Can't find it. I dug and bought the entire series. I had to buy the seasons individually, but it ended up being cheaper than buying the whole collector set.
It's funny you say that because some of the seasons of Doctor Who with David Tennant I found to be cheaper as individual DVD releases with a few episodes on those DVDs than actually buying the entire series set.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Battlestar Galactica, the reboot that Ronald D. Moore headed.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up having to buy those seasons separately as they came out instead of as a whole set because it was cheaper that way.
Yeah, I mean, only time I justify buying it as a whole set if it's like a collector series and there's added stuff to it, like what was it? When The Dark Knight had their big collector DVD, it came with Two-Face's coin that he has in the movie. So, like, I get that buying collectors because it's got certain things. Maybe instead of a cardboard case, it's a metal case or certain things I could justify. But other than that, it's not worth the price sometimes to buy the whole series as one, but rather buy them individually.
Yep. And here's a concern of mine with this reboot from J. Michael Straczynski for Babylon 5. It's going to be on CW.
Oh, boy.
This article comes out of Deadline. It's by Denise Petsky, and it starts off by saying a new version of the Emmy-winning space opera television series Babylon 5 is in the works. The CW has put into development Babylon 5, described as from the ground up reboot. Just that alone says a red alert.
Mm-hmm.
of the critically acclaimed 1990s series from the original series, Michael Straczynski and Warner Brothers Television. Written by Straczynski, the reboot revolves around John Sheridan, played by Bruce Brockslider in the original series, an Earth Force officer with a mysterious background who is assigned to Babylon 5, a mile-long space station in neutral space, a port of call for travelers, smugglers, corporate explorers, and alien diplomats at the time of uneasy peace and constant threat of war. Geez. I wonder what other show was kind of a port for many other travelers.
TS9. Yeah. Sorry. I had to sneeze. I had to sneeze.
You took what I gave you. You hit it out of the park.
I just got to say this: Sheridan did not come in until season 2.
Exactly.
I mean, I get he's the big headline captain, I guess you could call it, for the show. Like, he's the most identified, but he wasn't the original one. It's kind of like with the very first episode of TOS. Kirk wasn't the captain. It was Pike. That kind of gets overlooked a lot.
Yep. Well, there are things from Babylon 5's pilot to its actual series run that get overlooked too.
Mm-hmm.
Characters that were introduced in the pilot you don't see ever again.
I never saw the pilot, by the way. I got to try and find it online, but I never saw the actual pilot.
The only place I've been able to watch it again is actually on HBO Max, since my sister has a subscription to it and she lets me share it. So,
okay.
Anyways, this article says his arrival triggers destiny beyond anything he could have imagined. An exploratory Earth company accidentally triggers a conflict with a civilization millions of years ahead of us, putting Sheridan and the rest of the B5 crew in line. Yet, we all know that's the Shadows. We all know. In the line of fire as the last best hope for survival of the human race. Yes, the Shadows, like I said. Straczynski executive produced via his studio JMS Warner Brothers Television in the studio. And it goes on to talk about the original Babylon 5, about it being a gathering place for many different people, many different cultures, and that it takes place in the years 2257 and 2262. So, let's see, the article goes on to say that Straczynski won over a dozen awards for his work on the series, including 2 Hugo Awards, the Saturn Award, and the Space Frontier Foundation Award, and the Ray Bradbury Award. And if you watched the original series, you know why. It was that good. It was that damn good. Because I can remember growing up in San Marcos, California, on Channel 6. That's where you can catch Next Gen on the weekend. You can catch DS9 on the weekend. You can catch Babylon 5 on the weekend. Sometimes, depending on how they would shuffle the times due to sporting events, sometimes you see Babylon 5 first. Sometimes you see DS9 first. But immediately following the other was either DS9 or Babylon 5. So, you can get your Star Trek fix, then you get your Babylon 5 fix. And I tell you, Walter Cohen as his character in Babylon 5, that was scary to me.
He was so good doing his role in that show. I mean, I feel like it's a very underrated show because it doesn't have a massive brand name attached to it like Star Trek does. Like Star Trek, you think of Next Generation, the original series, the movies. Babylon 5 is kind of one of those underrated sci-fi shows that people who know it love it.
Yeah.
But that's about it. And then people who hear of it, they're like, wait, what is this show? And you watch it and you're like, this is pretty good. Like the action scenes, you're like, oh my God, that's amazing. And then the drama and everything. I mean, it touches on various issues. Again, if you like DS9, you'll like Babylon 5. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't like both at the same time, because they're similar, yes, but I guess not the worlds, the universes that they're based in are very, very different.
Yeah, and when I was first watching it, and watching Deep Space Nine, I didn't know that J. Michael Straczynski had pitched his idea to Paramount for a Star Trek series. I thought that Babylon 5 was a ripoff because at that time it was Trek or nothing. I watched Star Wars. I wasn't as deep into Star Wars as I became, but I would watch it and go, it's okay, but I'm a Star Trek guy. So watching Babylon 5, I'd go, this is a ripoff of Deep Space Nine. But it's the other way around.
Yeah, I didn't know that because, unfortunately, my parents were very conservative, Christians, and they wouldn't let me watch Power Rangers or Pokemon or many things, and that included a lot of Star Trek because of various issues they thought weren't good for children to watch in either Next Gen or DS9 or Babylon 5. So I didn't see Babylon 5 until my early 20s. When streaming services slowly started to come out, Babylon 5 was easily accessible. So, I mean.
And this article goes on to talk about how Babylon 5, it had its series on TNT called Crusade. And honestly, Crusade wasn't given the chance it should have been given. Really.
No. I've never heard of it.
It was a direct spin-off of Babylon 5, and it took place a few years after the events of Babylon 5, or maybe it was a few years before. I can't remember the exact timeline, but Crusade was good. And this article goes on to say that Straczynski most recently wrote, and showran the Wachowskis' Netflix series Sense8 and was nominated for a Producers Guild Award for his work on the series' finale film. He also created the Showtime series Jeremiah. I have never seen Jeremiah. I heard some things about it, but I've never seen it.
Sorry, I'm just reading up on Crusade. I actually know what this is referring to. It is after, it's after the series. And after the series, when they made those movies, there was a one called Call to Arms. And at the end of it, they kind of leave it on a cliffhanger where you have this prototype new destroyer where the Drak, as introduced in the series, they launch an attack on Earth and release a nanovirus plague. But the plague wasn't completed properly, so they have like 5 years until it kills the Earth. So the Excalibur has to go out into the galaxy basically to find a cure for this. That's what Crusade is based off of. It's based off of just after the movie Call to Arms that came out after the series.
Okay, and like I said, it's been so long since I watched it, trying to remember exactly what went on, and it's like, okay, let me try to draw what I can from memory, but
yeah.
And this article also goes on to talk about his additional film and television work. Straczynski, of course, wrote comics for DC and Marvel, receiving the Eisner, Icon, and Inkpot Lifetime Achievement Awards for his books, which have sold over 13 million copies worldwide. His new novel, Together We Will Go, has just been published by Simon & Schuster, and he is head of creative counsel for a new comics publishing company, Artists, Writers, and Artisans, AWA. Straczynski is read by A3 Artist Agency and Gentler Kelly. So overall thoughts. A Babylon 5 reboot in this day and age. Do you think it's going to work?
Nope. And the reason why is because the way like one episode I remember specifically is they're trying to make this it's either a deal or an alliance with this one race. And they're like, okay, we got the deal. Well, in our race, we seal a deal by having sex. That's how you seal the deal in this alien's culture. And so Ivanova, because the alien wants to have sex with Ivanova, and so Ivanova's like, I don't want to do this. And Sheridan's like, we need this. We need this deal. We need this agreement. So Ivanova's there, and she's like dancing and making it sound like she's like having an orgasm or whatnot. And the guy's just like, the alien's just like, wow, we're going to have to try it the way your customs are next time. And Ivanova just like stares at him like, there won't be a next time. And then just walks out. She BS'd her way through it because the alien didn't know what she was doing, basically. And imagine that episode being rewritten today.
It wouldn't even get off the drawing board. It
Exactly.
wouldn't be a rough draft.
It wouldn't. I mean, and look at some of the other characters. You know, you had who was the redhead chick who was a telepath? I'm trying to remember her name.
I know can see her, but I can't remember the character's name.
Right.
I have
like
to
if
go
you
back and rewatch the series.
Yeah. And so if you watch the series, she's kind of, I don't want to say sexualized, but she's a beautiful redhead who is bestowed in the chest, and she has a great figure. And if you see some of the clothing she wears, it's kind of very form-fitting, very accentuates the hips and, the chest and everything. So a lot of people I knew that were rewatching it were like, dude, she's hot. She was kind of like the 7 of 9 of Babylon 5 in a way.
Yeah, she was.
And so imagine having a character like that rewritten today. It wouldn't happen.
No.
I mean, or the whole romance with Delenn and Sheridan. That was an amazing story and how their relationship grew. I don't have faith that they're going to do this properly.
I just don't understand why they have to keep going back to the well over and over and over and over again on ideas that have already shown that they work. Take these ideas, take the foundation, and destroy the foundation completely, because that's what's going to happen with this series. Even if J. Michael Straczynski wasn't behind it, it would still happen. J. Michael Straczynski probably caved in and said, you guys can have it any way you want as long as I get my reboot.
Which, the studio is going to be running that instead of him. Just because his name's attached to it doesn't mean anything. Because look at prime example, Rise of Skywalker. There were 3 cuts of that. And Doomcock reported on this with various sources. There were 3 cuts. You had the JJ cut, the Kathleen Kennedy / the CEO of Disney's cut, and then you had the Lucas cut. The one that pulled the highest was the Lucas cut. Now, it didn't get amazing scores, but it got in like the 70-ish percentile when the others couldn't even break 60%. And yet they gave us something that had the most plot holes, didn't make sense. I mean, Swiss Cheese doesn't have as many holes as that movie does. So, but that's the whole, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that they took something and they bastardized it. Lucas is out of the picture. Just because you have I get his tongue tied on this guy's name, Straczynski there, I think he's going to be there in name only, because the studio is going to run it. They're going to run the whole thing, and they're going to have their SJW snowflakes all in the writing room and in the productions, and they're just going to be the ones that dictate what happens, which you can't do in a reboot. If you're going to do a reboot, you got to be true to the source material. Maybe touch up a few things, maybe redo some of the relationships so it flows better. Certain things you could obviously touch up. I'm sure if you rewatched Babylon 5 like right now and you went to the end of the series, you'd find things you're like, man, I wish they would have done that a little differently, like cleaned it up, and they would have done a little bit of this or that just to make it more fine-tuned. If you're going to do a reboot, that's what you need to do. Like we saw with Battlestar Galactica. That was a perfect reboot. In my opinion, it's the best reboot ever done. In my opinion. Now, obviously, people could argue with me on that, but I think it's the best reboot because it still kept the spirit of Battlestar Galactica while making it more updated at the same time.
Yeah, you took it right there, because I was going to add that Ronald D. Moore and the creative staff behind the not Babylon 5, but Battlestar Galactica reboot, they paid homage and respect to Glenn Larson's work. They didn't bastardize it. They didn't say, yeah, we've got Starbuck here. We're going to make her a girl. And Katie Stack-Up, I can't see anyone else playing that version of Starbuck besides her.
Mm-hmm.
And, the whole premise, the whole story, it's ending, I'll be honest, I was kind of let down.
Yeah.
But up until that, the whole show was awesome.
I mean, in Battlestar Galactica's defense, I do get why they did the ending the way they did, because you had gotten to Earth, you had we'll call them the free Cylons. You had them there, the ones that weren't, like, I guess you could say, enslaved in a way and were more free thinking. Because you see them in, I think it's the second to last episode, or last episode, you see the Centurions fighting alongside the humans when they're going after that massive base to take it out. So I get why they did the ending the way they did. Was it the greatest? No, but the point of it was we don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past by we bring down all this technology, this weaponry. Well, what's going to stop what happened from happening again? Unless we literally start fresh, like start with practically nothing and rebuild society. We have nothing, we can't destroy a planet if we have nothing to do it with, kind of. Like, I get the premise. I think it could have been done differently, but I get the motivation at least.
Yeah, and I get it now, having rewatched it. But, at the time, I'm asking myself as a viewer, going, why are they doing this reset? Because that's what it was. It was a reset.
Yeah.
That's how I looked at it. Maybe someone else, maybe even you don't see it as reset, but at the time I viewed it as a complete reset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's the problem, is that there's shows that I would love to see rebooted. And like I mentioned earlier, seaQuest DSV, imagine remaking that show today. Granted, you can't replace some of those actors. Some of those actors, like Rob Schneider, were iconic in that role they were in, and several others. But if you were to get really good actors and rebooted it, it wouldn't feel the same, because they would corrupt the material and the feel of it. Because seaQuest was basically Star Trek underwater, basically. That's what it was. And you would bastardize it so much. Now, the look and the effects would be incredible, and maybe the set pieces would be incredible. But the storytelling and the actors, I feel, would be the downfall of it.
And a lot of that has to do with the fact that writers and actors just aren't what they used to be. They're not. They don't have the talent.
Yeah. You do have some good actors. Like, you do have certain actors that I think are really good for very specific roles. But that's not the vast majority of them, I would say.
I mean, one perfect example that it's not the vast majority of them is Star Trek Discovery.
Mm-hmm. There's no one stands out.
No. The ideas they come up with are stupid. There's no better way to say it. They're stupid. Sonar in space? No.
Yeah, that was.
And you have a crew that you know absolutely nothing about.
Mm-hmm.
The only characters you know something about are Tilly, Saru, and then Michael Burnham. Those are the only three.
Mm-hmm. And then the only other one that you get any element of a backstory on is the like the android robot chick. And spoilers, by the way, for anyone who has not seen Discovery, although why you would want to actively watch it, may God have mercy on your soul. They give her a backstory and then kill her off within either that episode or the following episode.
I think it was the following episode, but
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I try not to remember too much when it comes to Discovery.
Yeah, it's just sad because Star Trek Discovery could have been good if you had proper writing, proper storytelling. The effects weren't bad. I will say that I do feel like the CGI and everything was good, but the colors and the lighting were all wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But there was, if you take out the storytelling and you take out the actors, there is potential there for the idea, at least. There is potential to be a good series. Unfortunately, that's like having a beautiful pie base, and then you just take diarrhea and throw it in there, and then throw another piece of dough over it and bake it and say, here's a pie. You know, I can't even describe Discovery properly. It's just so bad.
Well, at one point they had Brian Fuller on board as one of the creators of Discovery. Mm-hmm. And Brian Fuller knows Star Trek because he wrote episodes of TNG. He wrote episodes of Voyager. So they had someone with Star Trek experience. And then Les Moonves decides, nah, we don't need you. I like Kurtzman better. Or whatever reason it was, and gets rid of him. But, you know, it's Les Moonves.
Yeah, Les Moonves, the man who canceled Enterprise like as it was at its peak performance, who when it was in its stride, like it was doing so well, the cast was clicking, the storytelling was getting really good, the effects were even getting better with each season. I mean, that show probably would have been one of the best Star Trek series had they let it go the full run and not cut it after season 4. It might have actually been one of the best, like next to DS9, I would argue, if it had gone the full run on, if that momentum had carried.
Yes, and before we continue, please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Golgo 13 Anime 101.
Little gentleman, how are you doing tonight?
Doing all right, Golgo. How are you?
Good.
Well, I was thinking that today and this week was going to be a good week, and I was just plugging away, working at home, minding my own business. Did a fresh install of iOS 15 on my Crapple devices, and whenever they do a massive release like that, I just like to start over with them, get them set up again. Tried to log onto YouTube and redirected me to a site. I was like, okay, I've never seen that before, so I tried again. Redirected me again. I'm like, okay, what the hell's going on? I look at my my Gmail account, and they said that they have permabanned me because of, let's see, let me actually read the email verbatim for you. 1 second here. I apologize for not being fully prepared.
That's all right, good sir.
There we go. Hi, Golgo13's Anime 101. We have reviewed your content and found severe or repeated violations of our community guidelines. Because of this, we have removed your channel from YouTube. We know this is probably very upsetting news, but it's our job to make sure that YouTube is a safe place for all. If we think a channel severely violates our policies, we take it down to protect our users on the platform. But if you believe we've made the wrong call, you can appeal this decision. You'll find more information about the policy in question and how to submit an appeal below. What our policy says: spam, scams, or commercially deceptive content are not allowed on YouTube. Now, I don't know about you, but I wasn't aware that talking about anime constituted spam, scams, or commercially deceptive content. So yeah, I've been dealing with that all morning, and threw up the anime symbol and asked everybody to. Well, I didn't ask anybody. I just put it out there, just saying, hey, and then from there it just exploded. And Mike, you were one of the first ones that noticed that, and I definitely do appreciate that, and definitely appreciate you being there in the chat on Saturdays when you can. And yeah, it's rather disheartening. I've only been doing that show, or just YouTube in general, or streaming in general, with my own stuff for only 6 weeks. And to have that be pulled without any warning, without anythings, it's extremely upsetting. And unfortunately, talking with you and a few other people that I know, it sounds like that there was a coordinated attack against my channel, because this type of disruption only occurs if it's a massive sustained campaign by a real person, not just your standard same old bot crap. So, as of this point, I did submit an appeal, and I basically told them, look, there's nothing about my channel that falls into any of those 3 main points that you say. And I told them, you can get a human to look at it. They can, I'm about, when it goes to my channel, I'm about as milquetoast as it gets. We try to keep things PG-13, no F-bombs. I'll do the John Wayne swear words like hell, damn, and bitch and bastard, but that's about the extent that it gets. I didn't have a merch shop. I didn't push it. All the guests that I had, everybody has their own channels. They have their own stuff, but none of them came on and pushed their merch or made any claims about any type of product, or, didn't talk politics, didn't talk the coof, didn't talk, our glorious leader, none of that shit. It was just literally me talking with another person, or in the case of last Saturday, two people, about anime, what we like, what we don't like, things to look out for, things to try and watch. That's it. So,
and I can certainly attest to it, because I have watched your live streams. I've watched your videos where you're reporting on the latest news, such as Cowboy Bebop, the Netflix live action remake. And for them to say that it's spams and scams and deceptive material, that's a little crock.
yeah.
It's a little crock. And I can say from my own experience back in November of last year, I had to keep DMing YouTube over and over again after my appeal was denied, just to get my channel reinstated. I was telling the Smoking Patriot that my channel was deactivated on November 6th of last year for supposedly TOS violations.
Yeah.
From that Friday morning all the way until the Tuesday morning where they reactivated, I kept bugging them over and over and over again. I said, I want to know the exact terms of service I violated. And then that Tuesday morning, I get an email from them saying, we deactivated your channel in error. We have looked it over, and there are no TOS violations.
Yep. It's always an error. And it's all it's a love-hate relationship when it goes to YouTube. YouTube is a very cruel mistress. It provides everybody with the gumption and the willingness to have their own channel and to do their own thing. But with the way things have gone over the course of the past 5-6 years, basically ever since Mr. Orange Man, they all decided to say screw it and to tell half the population that that we'll find a way to get you kicked off, rightly or wrongly, is irrelevant to me. The fact that they think that they can do that and that they've gotten away with it thus far is what really hurt. It's what kills me. There are alternatives out there, but they're so small at this point. It makes it really difficult to try and do anything other than YouTube for the type of content I do. Twitch, it exists, but it's always been more for gamers. But with all the all the stupid shit that they've put on to they've allowed on their platform, I probably could make a go at it, but because I don't check certain check boxes, I doubt I'd last very long on there. I wouldn't get any traction because I don't check some of the check boxes. And it's a very sad state of affair that it has gotten to this point over something as benign as talking about cartoons, for God's sake.
And, I know what video I had done just before my channel was terminated last year. It was my review of a Star Trek Discovery episode. Mm-hmm. And I did say a few things on that Discovery episode that I didn't like. I did use, some colorful metaphors to describe how I felt about the episode. But still, even before I go live, I have a warning saying the views and opinions are those of the individual. And I also put a warning up there saying that this live stream or this content may not be appropriate for viewers under 18 because of colorful metaphors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as you know, in the settings, you can tell the system whether your stuff is for kids or not. And I've always had mine as not for kids. But if by some miracle the powers that be decide to actually do their job and restore my channel, I'll have to take certain steps like that to just to add that extra layer. You wouldn't think you'd have to. It's not like we were talking about anything even remotely risque. All the shows that we had talked about so far had either been in the PG-13 to rated R level, but nothing that would constitute going past that. And even at that, after my first episode where it got copyright striked by Bandai Namco or prevented from being seen again, every other thing that I've ever done, I've always made sure that if it does get a copyright claim, it's just that they're just going to take the money, which I don't care because I'm not monetized at the moment, so that makes no difference to me either way. They're gonna advertise on your channel whether you want them to or not, and if they want to give some money to Disney or to whoever else, that's fine with me. No skin off my nose. But the last episode we talked about visions, but we talked about it pretty much as a positive. There are some things about it that wasn't that my guests Pablo and Diego noticed, primarily because where they're from, they've been exposed to a hell of a lot more anime than I have over the years, because that was all they had as kids down in Peru and down in where's Pablo from? It was either Brazil or Colombia. I can't remember for sure. And if either of you watch, I apologize for messing up where you're from. But basically, in those South American countries at that time, that's what they had. They didn't have any of the stuff that we had. They had anime. And with where they live now, they have the largest Japanese population centers outside of Japan in their countries and in the cities that they both live. So anything that we talked about with regards to Star Wars was positive because they're both Star Wars guys. Talking about anime, relatively positive toward it, but there are some things that were done as they noted, that fall outside of the standard norms for most of those things, with the exception of Lapan Ocho. That was the only one that truly fully worked as that. And as I said, they pointed out some of the things that didn't. But at the end of the day, we were pretty positive on the whole thing. And I know as a Star Wars nerd, that whole show made my absolute week. It was so good to see something so fresh for Star Wars, even if it does some things rather weirdly, like with the umbrella saber attachment add-on. But if you think about it, is it really that far out of the realm of possibilities to do that? No. Or the power armor? No. None of that is out of the realm of Star Wars possibilities.
I thought those were cool.
Yeah. I mean, that first episode, the concepts that they used of basically like a samurai sword, but it's a lightsaber, but you see that like a samurai sword, I thought was that first one blew me away. I haven't been excited for Star Wars in a long time, and that one got me excited again. That very first one.
Yeah, and after watching that first episode, I had the goosebumps. I had that feeling that I get when there's something that I know is just so perfect, so good. And each time that I've watched it since, whether it be in English, in Japanese, I get that same feeling. As far as the Star Wars side goes, it's perfect. As far as the anime side goes, they do point out some things that they did differently than what Kurosawa would have done. But unless you were exposed to that or know his work inside and out like they do, you would never have known. I would never have known. I thought it was a perfect samurai adaptation. But it wasn't. But at the end of the day, that's all right. For Star Wars, it was good.
As someone who's brand new to anime,
Agreed.
I thought it was beautiful. And hello, Mr. Spock.
Hello. Apologies for being late, but this conversation is getting very interesting. Please keep going.
Hail to you, Spock. Good to see you, buddy.
Hail Golgo. And again, to interject, apologies about what happened to your channel. I really hope that gets fixed. I tweeted at you, Team YouTube, countless times today, and I got Coach to send out a tweet on EBN just to make him aware of the situation. So hopefully everything gets resolved there.
Hopefully, if I actually get a real human that actually gives a damn about doing their job to look at it,
right?
It should get resolved, but we have to.
I think it will, because I haven't seen any of that stuff on your channel ever since I've been subscribed. So to me, when I first saw the news, it just seemed like somebody was picking on you, like a report directed towards you or something.
That's exactly what it looks like. And after talking with some people like Mike and others, it does look like it was
somebody
a coordinated
out of jealousy
hit.
Or something.
Yeah, a coordinated hit by somebody intentionally, not like a bot brigade or some crap like that, but somebody taking a lot of their time to try and make somebody else, to try to bring somebody else down. And if that is the case, the pox is on them, not me. And
right, exactly.
I don't care if I ever know who it was or anything like that. I really don't care. They did it. They now have to live with that decision. And
yeah,
it reveals who they are. It really does. It reveals who they are.
Yeah,
even if Solanic were talking about it earlier. He's one of the Echo-based moderators for the Discord, and we were just going back and forth talking about this. And he said, and I agree, it is understandable to have an automated algorithm because of countless amounts of channels that are on YouTube. But personally, I really think that they should discover the proof before they even ban your channel from anything. If somebody or 3 people complain, make a fate report about your account saying that you're abusing nudity or whatever the hell, they should look for that before they decide to discard your channel. And it's pretty easy to, especially for the admin side, I'm sure they're able to figure out what you've commented on and what things you've liked and, you know, what videos you've posted. And from everything, you've only ever shown respect towards other people in the EBN comments, or you post really cool anime videos on your channel. So that just confused the hell out of me. It honestly, obviously just seems like some direct hate towards you from somebody anonymous who's too scared to come out about it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. And I'll preface it by saying that's what it looks like. There's no way that we're ever going to know for sure. And that falls into the other problem with these big tech companies in general. They make these rules, they make them as vague as they can, make it to where if they don't like you for whatever reason, they can just say, we don't like you and goodbye. But if we actually could see how their internal workings actually work, it would make it a lot easier for us to be able to come back and say, no, we didn't violate X, Y, and Z because of A, B, and C, or be able to put together a better legal precedent to try and do some sort of class action suit. As much as they say our terms of service prevent you from doing that, you got to go through arbitration. Bullcrap. If they're repeatedly, consistently abusing content, the people that make them money, at this moment, the only way that they make money off of me is by showing ads to people that come in. Even though, just a year ago they didn't do that, they figured, we're going to do it anyways because why not?
Right.
So they're, for people that don't subscribe to the premium, those people, when they watch my videos, are going to see at least one ad, and if the video is long enough, maybe two. Whereas now, they're not going to see any. And the one thing that happened with this is I have also lost access to everybody that I follow. So I have subscribed to well over 500 channels. And there are certain ones that I remember very well because I interact with them consistently, like here with you, Mike, on Pacific414. But there's a lot of them that I don't remember. And then the second problem that I have is I have about 16 memberships to various channels that people are monetized that I like Echo Base Network and Overlord DVD. That's all gone down the shitter now because of what they've done. I can't create a new account just to do that. They have yeeted two of them that I've tried to do, not to create another YouTube channel, just so that way I can follow people and actually watch friggin' YouTube on my big screen. I can't do any of that now.
As greedy as they probably are, they should, they're inclined to give you some kind of, I don't know,
they need to give him some sort of an explanation.
Yeah, that and some kind of discount or something. I don't know. You literally got put in the wrong for no reason. And once they figure that out, once they realize it's an error on their part, they should feel inclined to reimburse you with something. I don't know. Because they better not, God forbid you don't have your channel for a month. They should not, I'm sure they won't, but they should not charge you for the memberships because you're not able to watch them,
Yeah. Well, I'll keep an eye on my account, and if they do, I'll have to
dispute that,
and dispute the crap out of it. But, I don't, talking about money is not something people should do.
Yeah.
I will make a small exception with this. The amount of money that I pay per month to do memberships to people that I like is in the neighborhood of $150, $200. And that's before I do super chats, which I had to scale back on for, various reasons. But, that's a lot of money. And I know damn well that they get a cut out of that. And in the grand scheme, it may not be much. But if they start doing this to anybody else, that's a big chunk of change that eventually goes bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like Mike and I were talking before the stream, I brought up Steven Crowder. I mean, he's, big name on YouTube and everything, and whether you agree with him or not is kind of irrelevant to this point, is that he has a lawyer on retainer because they're constantly getting hit with copyright strikes or this or that, had streams taken down during it. Like they follow the guidelines YouTube sets up to a T, because they know they're kind of straddling a line, because the content they create isn't looked very well upon by YouTube. So they're straddling that line of trying to stay in the good graces of the guidelines while still kind of pushing the boundaries of what they can say at the same time, which many channels like his of the various political spectrums do.
Yep.
But he even says, we cannot abide by your services in terms of your guidelines because they are changing, just like the wind changes constantly. And you don't tell us that they're changing. You just say you violated this. Well, how are we supposed to know? You didn't tell us that here are the new guidelines. So even big name YouTuber like him, he even has these troubles. And I've watched his streams where he's done live coverage of stuff, and abruptly it's taken down.
Yep.
Because and again, they're doing everything right, but just because YouTube didn't like it, and there was a copyright strike against somebody by somebody who didn't like it, they got struck, and the stream had to be taken down. Now, they might have been able to restart it 10, 15 minutes later, but the point is
they lost the momentum.
They lost that momentum.
And then censoring, like they're censoring their streams.
Right. And again, I don't care if you agree with him or disagree with him. It's a big name YouTuber like that even has problems with it. So what do you think us little guys have? We got nothing. We got Jack S for help on what to do. Because there's no roadmap, basically.
There's no communication whatsoever.
And they do that on purpose. There's no way to actually call and talk to a human being, or even email and talk to a human being. It's
they make you send a Twitter to the team. It's just I think it was like what you said earlier on Twitter. It's like asking for help from Amazon, but you'd have to message them on Facebook.
Oh God.
Yep. And then that's assuming that you're not already permabanned on Twitter or Facebook or any of those places. So it's a big.
They make it super inconvenient on purpose.
Oh yes, they do. And that's the part that they need to be really taken to task on. And I hope that half Asian Bill, is it Richmond or Richards? I can't remember.
Richmond.
I hope half Asian Bill Richmond takes them to the cleaners on that, because those type of things are very shady business practices. Definitely, if I had to say, it definitely goes into the realm of being unethical to provide this, but then not provide a way to correct when something, at least not easily. It shouldn't be this hard to reach out. And it also shouldn't, especially with the ability to work from home and everything, the internet being as powerful as it is now, there is no excuse for them not to have and be able to staff enough people around the world in each country to take care of these things. To actually, if you do get, as Spock was saying, 1, 2, 3 people making very specific allegations about something, to just take a 5-minute thing, look at the last video and see if any of that's there, or to have to run it through through their algorithm, their checker, to see if there's anything that could be as far as on the copyright side. And that part doesn't take that long.
YouTube just has to realize trolls are real, okay? And a lot of them will just do something to piss somebody off, like get a bunch of their friends to report one channel, even though that one channel hasn't done one horrible thing against the guidelines. They're just doing it to get the channel down. They have to realize that's a thing, and that's most likely what happened to Golgo here.
And that's what they did to Ords. They got on how they got him demonetized. That's exactly what they did.
Well, they did that to Josiah Rises. I don't know. They I don't even know. Like, he doesn't even know what he did wrong, but everything was demonetized, and that was his living. Like, he even put out a video, and he said, I don't know what Team YouTube is doing, but me and my wife live in an apartment. We were actually going to be looking at buying a house because my videos, everything was doing really good. And we were thinking, okay, we have enough money now to where we can put a down payment on a house. He's like, that's all gone. Our house stream is gone until further notice.
Yep.
And now, if you look at him now, he's on Twitch to help make extra money because he needs an alternate platform to try and bring in income because YouTube won't even give him an answer as to what he did wrong.
Yep. That's a real problem, and that's a problem
just
with anybody
can't be
who gets
allowed.
monetized.
I mean, how can you call yourself a support team if you won't answer the guy who wants help?
Or for that matter, offering incentives to come to their platform to begin with. The whole thing, if you really want to get down to brass tacks, once you get monetized, they should not be able to take that away from you unless you're doing the things that are obviously against the laws of the nation that they live in, which for us is the laws of the United States. So, can't do porn, can't do various forms of violence or threatening of violence. You can't do any of that stuff. But on the rest of it, with them doing that, it really is a bait and switch. They offer you this, you work with them, you do it, you help bring in money for them. They're obviously making complete and utter bank off of everybody, regardless of whether you're monetized or not. But then just to be able to arbitrarily say, you can no longer make any money doing this, go get bent. That is completely and utterly unethical. And if these asshole judges, that's the only time I'm going to get pissed about something within the political system, these asshole judges would get off their ass and actually look at this shit instead of just saying Section 230, go away. It's a slam dunk. It's a no-brainer. If YouTube was a smaller business trying to do these type of things and then pulling the shit that they're doing, they would have had their ass in a sling years ago. But because of the fact they're backed by Scroogle, and until they fix this, I'm going to call them that, because that's exactly what they're acting like, is a bunch of Scrooges, and until Scroogle gets actually truly fully called on the carpet and either gets forced either by state law, by federal law, or just by people being able to finally take them to the cleaners through judgments, whether it be tens of thousands of small claims of up to 10,000 or large massive claims, even if the lawyers get 30%, at that point I wouldn't care. They've got to be taken down just enough to where they have to be responsive to the people that actually make their product work, which is everybody.
Yeah, it's true.
No, you're right.
Each and every one of us
they're
do
listening.
it. Whether we create content, whether we just comment in live streams, comment on videos, we're all a part of this community that helped this company become the gigantic company it is.
Yep. But
yeah,
as long as they have their headquarters out there in California, specifically the People's Republic of San Francisco, they're not going to give a shit about anybody. They really won't.
No, they don't. They don't.
No, they don't. They don't. I mean, and it's funny because the small time creators, they love what they do. I don't have time to make videos during the week, and I'm a terrible video editor, and I probably could get better, but again, I don't have time to work on my video editing skills. So I just do a live stream every Saturday, and I'm happy. I love it. I talk about whatever I want. I mean, I've had Mike on once or twice already, I think, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
just last week.
Yeah, just last week we were talking about oh Lord have mercy, Mike. I've already forgotten.
Star Trek movies.
Star Trek movies, thank you. We were talking about all the Star Trek movies, and we went on for what, 5.5 hours, and time flew by. We were just having a blast, and people like me and like Mike and how do you say it? Is it Golgo?
Yeah, Golgo 13. Specifically,
Golgo 13.
Yeah, the character that I'm referencing here, it's a movie, or it's actually originally a manga from 1968, and it's still in production. The guy that created it, he's still doing it. He's up there in age now, so he's about done. But basically, Golgo 13 is the top of the top Japanese assassin for hire. That's the character name, but I've always liked the show. It's definitely not one that you watch with the kids. Let's put it that way.
Oh, it's kind of like Attack on Titan. You don't want to watch that one with the kids.
No, most definitely not. But my, when I first started, I was using that image, but I thought, okay, I better change it up, and just in case it starts getting bigger and all that. So I actually had this avatar created by a gentleman that goes by the name Thep for Hire, who does a ton of Doomcock memes, hilarious and stuff. But he's a great guy, and he was nice enough to do this for me. So
he actually follows me on Twitter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's a good guy. But he created this for me. It's a mixture of me and Duke Togo with Golgo 13. So that part's all completely original. So I've tried to make sure that I'm not stepping on too many toes, or that as far as that end goes. But even if I was, I should get a notification saying, hey, you've been dinged for this because of this. And as I said, I had that happen on my first live stream, and I had to fix it. But that's easy enough to do once the live stream is done. If they're not going to allow it to stay up there, I can, they can show me, which they did, where the, that part was, and that was easy enough for me to fix. It wasn't hard.
Yeah. I'm a Door Dasher, so I'm always on with support at least twice a day. And, there's probably there's hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of Dashers in this nation.
Mm-hmm.
And the most I've ever had to wait for support, whether in messaging form or an actual phone call, was 5 minutes. And typically it's somebody from another country. There's usually an Indian or Hispanic accent usually that I'm talking to, but they are very responsive. They get to you quick. And 9 times out of 10, the issue is dealt with right then and there. I mean, it's not hard. I mean, for God's sakes, I went to the bank today to go to a teller to withdraw some money. Well, the bank I went to they have virtual tellers now. Like, people sitting at their home with full access as a teller at this massive ATM. And you can do everything you would at a teller, but you're standing at like an ATM thing. But it's virtual. Like, you see the person, they see you. You can converse with them still. I mean, it's like people can work at home and work for YouTube and sit on their rears and physically do this stuff with ease. It's not hard. I mean, pay them $20 an hour and they just sit there and they look over videos and make sure there's no violations and stuff like that.
Or if they're from India, probably half that.
Or
they're damn glad to get that.
Yeah, but like whatever the rate would be from wherever you're working, whatever country, but it's not hard with today's technology to work from home, and YouTube could easily do this. I mean, again, you have no knowledge of what you did. So either one of two things happened. Either a person or group of people had it out for you, or B, somehow you violated their guidelines to which you don't know how, and you have not been informed of exactly how, so you can rectify that. Like, that's not something that should be hard to fix, but it is, because YouTube is run by essentially a giant computer, a giant AI now. It's not run by humans, really.
It's run by Skynet.
Well, everybody,
Oh, God, I hope not.
Going to war.
Yeah.
I'm moving to the moon. See you guys later.
I definitely appreciate the time letting me on here. I gotta go and I gotta go be a parent and do a few things with my daughter. So I appreciate you letting me come on and talk about it and just go through it, and hopefully we can get this fixed. You know,
it's not a problem, brother. I consider you a friend. I appreciate anytime you've stopped by my channel, whether I was doing a game stream, whatever. I appreciate it, and you're a part of this community. You're part of Pacific414.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It was good hearing from you, Golgo. I guarantee that this is going to get fixed. Because for me, the reason I guarantee it is because you've done nothing of the sort on your channel, and I feel like they're going to be obliged to realize that.
Yeah,
you know, so
we'll just have to see how long
I have hope.
Yeah, I have to see how long it takes and how much pesky, annoying mosquito we have to be to them.
Yeah.
How much blood we have to suck out of them before they finally say okay and smack it and get it done.
Yep.
That's the best way to do it.
I appreciate it, guys. You have a wonderful rest of the night, and thank you. I appreciate it.
You too, man.
You too,
Glad to
Golgo.
meet you.
Live long and prosper.
Yep. Good to meet you, Smoking Patriot. And Mike, you take care, Spock. Live long
too.
And prosper.
Peace and long life, my friend.
Peace and long life. Thank you.
That was Golgo13 Anime 101, folks. Great guy. He has a great channel. And as a community, we can help him get that channel back.
Yep.
Yeah.
All it takes is a couple tweets and some nagging at Team YouTube, but as long as we get their attention, they can't ignore us.
You know, when I saw his tweet about his channel being termed, I was like a manager. You know, anyone who's been on this channel before knows that I do Chicago Cubs recaps. So I was like a manager going, what the heck? I'm charging out of that dugout. I'm going to the umpire saying, reverse that call. Call New York. Call whoever you have to call. Get that call reversed because that man has not violated any of your terms of service, and you know it.
Yep.
Now, here's the big question: are you the coach to kick dirt on the ump's shoes and take a base and take a base out of the ground and throw it at him, kind of coach?
Oh, in this case, you better believe it. I'm that manager just when you think I'm going back to the dugout and everything's gonna be calm and cool. I'm charging right back out and get right in that umpire's face.
Oh God, who was it? It's Tom. I want to say his name's Tom Menery, but he has like a great like voice announcer. So he's like, and here we are, Peter, and the coach is going back to the dugout. Okay, and he's grabbing a baseball bat. Oh my God, he's swinging at the umpire. Like that would be.
He does something straight from the Benchwarmers movie. He just jumps and dive kicks into somebody's face.
I'm like Lou Piniella, Tommy Lasorda, Dusty Baker, Frank Robinson. You know, I think back to a game. It was back in '87, and Andre Dawson was with the Cubs at the time, and there was a bad call against him. I can't remember if the Cubs were playing the Reds or the Pirates, but Andre gets tossed out of the game. He goes into the dugout. He starts tossing everything, bats, helmets, whatever's in front of him. He's tossing it, and he is on fire, and that's the kind of manager I would be.
I don't know. You might. I guess you've been the kind of manager to grab the ump, and the ump's like, "Don't touch me." You just suplex them.
Clothesline.
Oh Lord have mercy.
I'm that kind of a manager where I know when I touch the umpire, I'm immediately tossed out of the game. I don't care. I'm getting my money's worth, and you better believe during that press conference, I'm going off.
Yeah, Oh, here, it'd be Happy Gilmore with you. Beep, beep, beep. You, beep, 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 beep. Goes, beep, beep. That would be you.
And Pacific's not very happy, folks. Oh, he just grabbed something and threw that.
Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, he just grabbed a chair. Repeat, he just grabbed a chair, slammed it over his own coach.
Oh, Lord. Oh, my God.
The day professional wrestling gets into baseball, we'll be in trouble.
Oh, my God. I knew it. There was an actual MLB game that came out where you could actually hit other players. You could attack other players. It was called MLB Slugfest. The game,
probably all I'd be doing if I played that game.
Yeah, it says it right here. The game bills itself as more street-style baseball game, including more mature, aggressive themes, the ability to attack other players, and urban-styled in-game commentary.
More like Grand Theft Football.
It's compared to NFL Blitz, which I loved that game, by the way. Oh, gosh. Okay. All right. Yeah.
All right. I think it's now time to get back on topic. What do you guys think?
Let's do it.
On an interesting news I'm finding out right now, a lot of people are tweeting it at me. They're planning on rebooting Babylon 5.
We actually talked about that.
Oh, yeah, so that's probably not going to be as good, especially if it's coming from CW.
It won't make it past season 2.
We'll make
Even
it past
with
the pilot.
Michael Straczynski, it won't make it past season 2. I'll be surprised if it does.
I'm more surprised that this is actually a thing. That's hilarious. I really don't think there's any way you can continue the original universe. It is what it was, you know? Not really much you can do except admire it.
Yeah. I mean, like I was telling Mike when we were talking about it, what they should do is do like a 4K like remake of it, kind of like with what people
that's
want
the best
with
thing
DS9.
they could do.
Like
exactly.
with DS9, like what was it? What's
What We Left Behind?
Yeah, What We Left Behind, where they show that one clip from Sacrifice of Angels, where it's in like
so
4K. Cool. Oh, I have that like quick battle clip saved in my my favorites on YouTube, and I'll just rewatch that when I want like a good feel good moment. I'm like, yes, this is what we need again.
Yeah, it really is. It felt like watching it again for the first time.
Yeah, because there are Babylon 5, if you just do a 4K, I guess call it refit, to use a Trek term. If you use like a 4K refit of that, and you don't change anything, you just make it 4K, holy crap, it would look incredible, especially some of those battles that happen. Oh my gosh. And
really, I loved, like, as crappy as some of the camera quality looked, I actually liked it. It was just that, you know, cheesy film effect that kind of brought out the entire show, and even towards the films, you know, when they started using digital. But the whole show, if they could, you know, upscale those scenes, like just for the dialogue scenes, if they're able to upscale them to 4K, that would be like the only thing they'd have to do for those scenes. All they'd have to completely remake is like the CGI parts with the space battles and all that.
Yeah.
That would just be beautiful. I'd die for that, especially because like going off track now, like on the 55th anniversary for Star Trek, they kind of teased at not only, you know, the Deep Space Nine remaster, but a Voyager, Enterprise, and Next Generation remaster as well. So I really hope that those are all in the works.
I don't know.
DS9, I could see them doing a remaster because DS9 was originally shot in widescreen. They just put it to the 4:3 format in post-production. But it wouldn't be hard for them to remaster DS9, as we saw in the What We Left Behind documentary, upscale, you know, the later effects where they did all the ships by computer and release it on Blu-ray.
I'd buy that in a heartbeat.
It's my one wish.
Well, Mr. Spock, you've been a good little boy. What would you like for Christmas?
I would like Deep Space Nine remastered.
Well, I don't know about that. In 4K? Oh, Johnny. Oh, you're asking way too much from Santa. No.
Go ask the genie in the bottle. He'll probably help you out.
Rub the genie. Dude, ask Santa.
Oh, dude, go ask somebody else.
Yeah. Ask the Easter Bunny. Easter Bunny doesn't do that. Well, you're out of luck then.
Yeah, I really want to see that before I die. Just all of my favorite Star Trek shows completely remastered.
If I ever
You know,
win
I mean,
the
we've
Powerball-
it's not much to ask for. We already got it with the original series, so you know.
Yeah. If I ever
Not
win
too
that
much
like
to ask.
$500,000 Powerball, I would take 300 million, which 200, like, again, a couple hundred million still is enough to live on for the rest of your life. I'd say, here, remaster DS9. 4K, just remaster it. I will pay you $200 million for this.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they turned down 200 million.
Unless they're
Well, they keep
They
making
are that
discoveries,
too.
so what do you think?
Yeah, you're right about that. You know, I recently was talking to somebody who actually liked, you know, Picard. It was interesting hearing their viewpoints on it because, you know, thinking back about what he said, he appreciates the, you know, the story-driven background for Picard, but honestly, that to me is like, yeah, that's cool and all, but that's not what the whole Star Trek theme is about. Even if you're like making a show based on a character, it would have been better to say, you know, have Picard gather up a band of people like he does in the show, but instead of like having 3-hour scenes of, well, 3 hours is an exaggeration, but you know, having a 20-minute scene of just the wife trying to kill her husband. I mean, I would have rather have seen more dramatic events unfold on like scenarios like, say, they uncover a new race, or they, you know, like the whole theme Star Trek is built upon, where they discover something completely alien, and there's your drama right there, there's your suspense, there's your character development to see how they cope with the situation. I don't need a seven episode season all based on some corrupt plan going on inside Starfleet.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not interesting. It's just starting to feel like a 31st century CSI show.
Well, it's like I said to you and Nerdporial the other day. You know, I want to see the fallout of the Dominion War. What's the Alpha Quadrant like? What's the Beta Quadrant like since the end of the Dominion War? The Federation and Romulus, last we knew, and Nemesis were actually on good terms.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I even had the idea that, let's say you do Picard, and let's say there is this cybernetic race out there that's just waiting in, say, an alternate dimension. All right, we'll keep that theme. I said, you don't have him go with a no-name guy with a tiny little runabout-esque ship. You bring in the Stargazer. Like, he's like, okay, I need to do this. And when they reference in the show, what about some of your the people you served with? Well, I don't want to get them involved. Well, what if they say contact Worf and say, hey, Worf, Picard's doing this, and Picard's doing this, and he doesn't want us to know this, but he needs some help. And they're like, I got you back. And he gets all the other available cast members from Next Gen, and they get the Stargazer refitted up to the, 24th, 5th century tech levels, still the same look, but the tech's all new and advanced. And then they present that several episodes in of Picard, where Picard's like, is that the way? And all of a sudden you show up on the screen. There's Riker.
Yeah.
I mean, and that would be Picard, because it's reminiscent of his first command with old crew, and it's still all about Picard.
Yeah, a lot of people loved like the progressive theme in the show, and some people don't even realize that there was a progressive theme, like constant changes throughout the entire show. Would have been a lot better if that first twin Picard met didn't die, like in 2 seconds. I mean, they were kind of developing some kind of cool relationship, and then she just gets blown to bits by just some Romulan task force. They're just kind of going with this weird plot twist a little bit too much, because there comes to a point where a plot twist works, but then there comes to a point where it's just what the heck's even happening. It's just, you kind of get lost, because right now I've only seen the show once, and I can barely recall what even happened in that show, rather than Picard becoming an AI and then finding out about some fourth dimension with AIs in it. It's just, all of the other stuff that happened in that show completely skipped my mind. I can't really say that about the other shows like Next Generation, or even hell, Orville. There's a lot of monologues in that show you just do not forget. I don't think there was one impressive monologue at all put in this entire season. Nothing like Picard would actually say, except, I think the only thing we ever got was him getting cursed at.
Or lectured, or
yeah,
belittled, or let's see here. Yeah,
I just don't like how they're belittling him in this show, because he's a lot more of an iconic figure than they're making him out to be. I would have loved to have seen some motivational speeches, just something,
Especially since that he's not in command anymore, and he's not even part of Starfleet, so he's lived a different life, but still has all that knowledge and experience. Imagine the speeches, the motivation, everything that he could go through, and everything. I mean, the only memorable thing to me, flower power. How do you defend a planet? You send up giant blossoms. That'll shield us.
I don't know who's coming up with most of these ideas. I mean,
hippies are.
I was just gonna go peace, love, and rock and roll.
That was our big climactic battle, by the way.
Yeah, and then you had the copy and paste Romulan ships, copy and paste Starfleet ships.
It's disappointing, Pacific, like what you're mentioning right now, like that epic scene where they build it up towards Commander Riker saving them. All of the ships were, like, I work with CGI and I dabble a bit with it a lot, and they were very obviously copied and layered. And not only that, they didn't even put any detail into the ship. So, like, if you look closely, if you pause it and look, like, zoom in, there is no NCC or any of that on the ships. It's just gray and all the same. There is an edit out there that I'm sure you guys have seen that just completely remasters all of that and makes it look like, the Intrepid comes in.
Oh,
class. So much better.
Fans are always outdoing them.
I was even going to say, with all the different class ships that exist in Star Trek, to have one class of ship, and what was it, 200 supposedly of that same class ship?
Yeah.
Like, come on, you've got the Miranda class. That's the red shirt of the fleet.
That's just a big disadvantage if you're all using one class. I mean, there was a reason why there was, I forget the name of what the Defiant ship's class was. It might have just been called the Defiant class.
It was the Defiant class, yeah.
But there is a reason why those ships existed, why the Galaxy ships existed, and the Intrepids, because they all had their different armaments, their own. Because, like, the Intrepid, for example, was dedicated more towards science abilities and stuff. Like, they focused more on astrometrics and calculations, while Galaxy class would be, semi the same thing, but more focused on armament, power on the weapons, because they were ready for any battle. That's why the saucer separation is in the ship. And that's why I love Enterprise a lot more, because there's that quote where Archer is talking like, we came out here to explore, but were we really ready? I forget what it was, but he kind of goes to the point where, what we might explore is probably going to have teeth, and it's probably going to want to kill us.
I know exactly. I was actually watching the episode Silent Enemy, where that one ship's harassing them, and he wants to get the phase cannons installed. But so he wants to go all the way back to the Sol system, and Tucker and Reed are like, we can do it. Our guys are just as capable. We can have this done. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, yeah.
That's why I appreciate that show a lot more, because they give a reason for, the reason the Galaxy class, the way we see it in the 24th century, it is the way it is, because it's ready for exploration, but it's also ready for a fight, which includes, like, the saucer separation and everything. It's there to protect civilians while the other piece of the ship goes out and fight.
Not only that, they had to do serious upgrades on the Galaxy class after the Odyssey was destroyed.
Exactly. So just
Yep.
seeing that all it's like in Picard that they all have one class, that just seems like a big disadvantage to me, and I would love somebody to tell me otherwise.
Yeah. I see. I wouldn't have minded Picard if they brought back some of the, bring back like the Intrepid, Defiant, Akira, Sovereign, bring back some of the impressive looking ships, and then you introduce one or two new ships that are properly detailed and have a little bit of a backstory or something, a little explanation to them. Bring in one or two new ships because you're far enough out after even Nemesis to where introduce another ship or two, but bring back some of the classics as well that are probably still in operation.
Exactly. And what, this is only 10, 11 years after Deep Space Nine? So we've seen evidence that ships are in commission for like over 50 years.
Look at the Excelsior. Excelsior was around since Star Trek 3, and it was serving till at least the end of the Dominion War, if not after. So what is that, like 100 years at least?
Yeah,
exactly. Like we see it in the I believe Encounter at Farpoint. When McCoy is docking on there because he doesn't want to. I forget. He doesn't want to beam aboard. He'd rather take a shuttle.
Yeah, he doesn't want to have his molecules spread throughout
I
space.
love that. That's the most memorable moment to me in TNG, by the way, when McCoy's
Same.
there.
Like, Encounter at Farpoint is my favorite episode. That's my favorite one in Next Gen because of the saucer separation scene where not only is that happening, but the theme music is playing underneath. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You don't see that in any of the other episodes.
No.
Let's see, 2379. Sorry, I'm just trying to look up the actual in Star Trek years when Nemesis came out, because we know Nemesis was post-Dominion and when Picard happened. So I'm just trying to quickly look that up. Star Trek.
I mean, one of the things I'm curious about is, the rest of the Voyager crew. We know what happened to Janeway. We know she got promoted to Admiral. But what about Chakotay? What about Tom and
what
B'Elanna?
Tom Paris and Kim, what happened to those people?
Yeah, did Harry Kim finally get a promotion?
He does. I think he does, actually. He becomes a captain, but you have to play Star Trek Online to figure that out. But yeah, they should at least, for people who don't play games, that has to be put on a screen, for crying out loud. I mean, there is also, I have to show you this video, but there's a lost era in Star Trek that they could fully take advantage of. The era where Captain Sulu was, in reign.
And at one point, they were going to do a Captain Sulu series, and then they turned it down for some reason. It's like Harvinden had pitched a Starfleet Academy series, and for whatever reason, they turned that one down too.
Yeah.
20 years, by the way. Okay. 20 years
20
after
years.
Nemesis. 20 years after Nemesis. Dang. And Nemesis happens post-Dominion War.
Crap, okay.
Yeah.
So that's a longer time than I thought. But, even if it was 50 years after the events of Voyager, I expected to see an Excelsior flying around. I mean, hell, in the first episode, didn't we see the Galaxy class? Like, they completely remastered it and everything, but that was the only time we saw it.
That was a hologram.
Oh, right, yeah, it was a hologram.
It was a hologram.
That was the only time we saw it.
Yeah, I mean, the only Starfleet ships that you see up until that moment where Riker shows up is shuttlecraft, and they're the Discovery shuttlecraft even.
Yeah. What do you guys think of that ship that they're in? That weird,
that La Serena.
Yeah,
it's terrible. It looks like something out of Mass Effect.
Thank you, because that's what I was gonna say, but I just wasn't 100% sure if that was gonna be agreed upon, because it does look like a Mass Effect ship.
It's like out of Mass Effect, the way he controls the way he interacts. It's literally out of Mass Effect.
Yeah, it would have been a cool Mass Effect show, but I was expecting something like, I don't know, like a runabout or a decommissioned Starfleet shuttle or something. I mean, hell, like even maybe the Maquis Raider. We just don't see those at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of a small little ship around that time that they could have used.
The Bajoran Interceptor.
Bajoran Interceptor. I mean, hell, I mean, we saw in TNG the ship that Scotty was on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, the Genoa.
you know, yeah, I mean, so you could have picked a ship from, hell, it could even be an old Oberth that he had retrofitted and upgraded even.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know,
I mean, if they were going to create anything new, at least follow the architecture of previous designs. Because, like, from what I'm seeing, it's just new. They don't want to pay attention to any of the previous designs. They just want to put something that disrupts all of the continuity.
Well, I mean, I get if it's not a Starfleet ship because the guy's not Starfleet. He was former Starfleet. So
Right.
I get it not being a Starfleet ship, but it doesn't look Star Trek ship. That's the problem.
It's hard to put into words, but you're right. Like, not maybe Starfleet. It would have been interesting if the ship was, based off a Klingon design or a Romulan design. When I first saw the trailer for Picard, I thought the ship that they were in was the Talis Warbird, and I was gonna be really excited about that.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan that they brought in the Talis, though. I was not a fan of that.
Yeah, they didn't really, bring it out like it was in the next gen, where it has that menacing feel. I like the ship, but they didn't really capitalize too much on the CGI in the show.
No, the CG was terrible in the show.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing memorable. They spent more on the CG for the helm control than they did on the actual space side, the ships and the combat. They spent more on the CG for that. That looked decent, at least.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, if you want to point out a CGI flaw, remember the beginning episode where it shows that holographic, Enterprise, but then it pans in to the window to show the people walking inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
There is a scene in Orville where that is done so much better. It actually feels like there's a camera in space and it's rotating it into the window so you can see what's happening inside of there. Whatever CGI they used for Picard, they just didn't bother and being really fancy with it. They just put it there. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, even the CGI that was used in DS9 and Voyager looks better than the CGI that they used in Picard.
Yeah,
a lot of it, yeah. And by the way, you are right. There was a shot of a Galaxy class. It's when Picard and Data are talking. Was it 10 Forward?
Was that like one of his dreams or something?
That was where he's talking with Data, and then he looks over, and then he sees Mars exploding.
Oh yeah. That's
what it
wave
was.
attack.
Yeah, that's the only good CG in that show is when you show the Galaxy class.
Yeah,
that's
like, that looked
good
beautiful.
CG.
That looked beautiful. I love seeing like the nacelles all remastered, just that pure bloom and glow. It's just beautiful.
Yeah. I
mean, they really should have taken notes from the What We Left Behind documentary. They really should have taken notes from that.
Well, they're lazy. The writing was lazy. The characters acting was lazy. The CG is nothing better. I mean, I challenge, everyone on this panel and everyone who's listening or is going to listen to this, watch Battlestar Galactica from the early 2000s, the reboot, okay? Watch that and then watch Picard. Tell me which CG is better. I argue Battlestar Galactica reboot CG is better. And that was early 2000s, by the way.
I've seen it. Yeah, it's way better. Way better.
Even Babylon
I don't know
5
what they
CG
decided on doing.
looks better.
Certain CG, yes.
Copy and paste. I'm gonna take Babylon 5 all day.
Oh, the copy and paste ships, yes. I'm just saying not all. Like Babylon 5 CG was good, but there were certain shots in Picard CG wise in space that weren't bad either. So,
Yeah, it reminded me of cheesy. You remember that Predator movie that came out recently? It kind of reminded me of that CGI.
I watched a little bit of it. I thought it was stupid.
Really dumb. And I can't believe they're already working on a trilogy for it. They're shooting the second movie already.
Yeah, here we got this experimental tech that was designed for you to kill other predators. Yeah, what? Danny Glover didn't do it with a freaking shotgun?
It's so stupid. I mean, what, now in the next movie we're just gonna see a bunch of people in Predator armor flailing around? Just dumb.
Oh, God.
Screw Predator versus Xenomorph. Predator versus man in Predator costume.
It's not even... You know what? Just give me... Did you ever see the Starship Troopers CG movies?
Yeah.
Honestly, give me that power armor versus a Predator.
Yeah, you're right. Probably overpower it.
It would. I mean, you got a mini rocket launcher and a minigun on one of the suits. Oh.
Yeah, to be honest, Predator is one of those franchises I don't think would have been able to continue after maybe... I don't like saying, the second movie, because I am pretty biased. I don't think any good Predator content has come out after that 90s film. But, there was AVP. But to be honest, those two movies, Requiem and the normal one, they just didn't strike me as, thrilling. More of just cheesy.
The only good Predator movie I thought there was the one where the people are transported to the Predator planet, where they basically have to fight for their life. I thought that was an interesting concept.
I forgot about that one. It's been a while since I've seen Predators 2011, right?
I want to say that's the name of it, yeah. I mean...
Yeah, that was a good film. I actually didn't mind that.
Yeah, I didn't mind that one either.
Retract my statement. Nothing after that movie.
You know what I wanted to see them do a Predator in the past? Because remember in Predator 2, he hands him the pistol, and it's like
from the Old West.
Was it Old West or was it Flintlock? I can't remember.
I would have liked to have seen that. Maybe a show or a movie or something where you remember in AVP where they showed that they were there when they were building the pyramids. Yeah. I would have liked if it wasn't based on those pyramids, it was more based on the pyramids of Giza. Just something interesting, that they were here. Something where we see a show, like you said, taking place in, I don't know, Egyptian time or the Old West time, or just something that we haven't seen the Predator deal with.
I mean, honestly, I'd love to see a freaking Spartan go up against a Predator.
That would be cool.
Giant shield and spear.
I mean, that's a movie right there. Why wouldn't they go to that time?
Versus Predator.
Literally, that would be the perfect time for them to visit Earth because they're all about sport and killing at that time.
That or against samurai. I mean, samurai are master archers, master swordsmen. They got the armor. You can even bring
walk onto the Predator ship, a similar scene to the second movie where you would walk onto the ship and then you look to his wall and he just has samurai armor hanging, or he has a bunch of cowboy guns just on the wall. This guy is just getting trophies left and right.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Predator you could have done. Unfortunately, you couldn't have made too many movies after Predator 2 where you're going into the past. So you'd have to pick only one specific time in one specific part of the world. That would be the perfect setting for a movie.
You'd have to be super creative because with this new film, it was an obvious popcorn movie just to deliver entertainment and some weird punchlines here and there about your mother, but there was just those scenes where they would, try to make it humorous, I felt like really disturbed the entire film, because, there is times where in the first Predator, he's like, I ain't got time to bleed, or the knock knock, or whatever, those were funny, but they were timed well. With the punchlines in this movie, it's just so awkward when, a joke comes out of their mouth. It's like, why did you just say that right now? You guys are about to get killed by a Predator.
Yeah, or Danny Glover when he thinks he's killed
now.
Oh, God, yes.
I mean, take a look at the MCU. Take a look at it when it was under Paramount. Yeah, they would tell some jokes, but they would get back to being serious. Now, under Disney, it's joke after joke after joke.
Yep.
Orville is a pretty good example. Me and Mike were talking about this a couple of days ago when we were watching the episode. And we just noticed that there was jokes, but the way that they were timed, it was perfect. It was uncanny
how perfect that they were timed, because it was, for example, the scene where Bortus is having a little bit too much fun on the holodeck and Lamar is trying to deactivate the program. It's like a great episode. It's like he's trying so hard. It's becoming a very serious movie, a scene, and you can hear the toms in the background, dun, 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 and then he does a joke like there's the Mocklin is trying to caress Lamar, and he's like, "Get off me, get off me."
Or even when the battle, that big battle happening, and then you just hear Bortus saying, "Sensors cannot penetrate shielding," and he's like, "Eeny, miny, mo, pick a spot." I chuckle every time.
I saw this scene just passing out yesterday because I was just watching the Orville while I went to sleep. And there was a scene where, they're fighting one of the Krill ships and they manage to defeat it. And then Lamar gets up like, "Boom, bitch! You just got smacked," or something. And it was just so perfect because, that entire scene was being so serious. And then out of nowhere, Lamar is just like, "Boom, bitch!"
Was it a Krill ship? Because I remember he says that during the big battle scene when they're going after one of the Kalon ships, and he blows it up, and he's like, "Oh yeah, boom, bitch!" I remember that. I don't remember he gets a Krill ship though. I got to rewatch it just to see.
Well, speaking of the Orville, let's go ahead and
season 3.
Season 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I will say this for a teaser. It didn't. I mean, I love the look of the bridge. You can definitely tell they updated the look of the bridge, which it looks beautiful. Honestly,
makes me believe that they moved up to the bigger class.
Well, honestly, to me, this looks kind of like what Discovery should have looked like a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What's the name? The Protector from oh god, what's the name? The Tim Allen movie.
Galaxy Quest.
Never Quest.
Never surrender.
Never surrender.
Like Grapthor's hammer, by the sons of Warvek, you shall be avenged. Yes, I actually memorized that, and I don't even know how I
drifted right towards us, man.
The red thingy is coming towards the blue thingy. It's coming fast. I think we're the blue thingy.
I'm not even supposed to be here. I die in episode 89.
When he's making out, you see the woman. She's like turning kind of alien. He's like, that's not right. You just see him look down. That's
not right. I think my favorite banter in that movie was
Mowgli.
I think my favorite banter in that movie was when they were on that planet trying to get the sphere for their ship engine. And he looks at the mine. They don't even see anybody yet, but the guy, he looks at the mine, he's like, "Something bad happened here."
Yeah. We're going through its mouth. It's not the vulnerable spot. It's a rock. It doesn't have any vulnerable spots.
Look around you. Can you form some kind of rudimentary lays?
It's about you. Anyone else? Oh, it's about you.
Oh, the scene where nobody's saying anything when they're entering the atmosphere, and you see the one guy who's always has a snack in his hand. He has that just cringe smile on his face as he's eating.
He's just like, he doesn't care. The guy's a freaking Chad.
He's just eating his Dunkaroo, and he's just there. He's smiling. He's like, "Yeah, that's it."
Then he comes down. Oh my god, dude, that's such a good movie.
Oh god, I love it.
I love that movie.
Another movie that can't be remade.
Whoever wrote this episode should die.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you're doing that thing. What thing? The computer voice thing. You're repeating everything it says. That's the only job I had on the show.
That movie introduced so many weird noises, and I love them.
It really did. And what's funny, so it's a Canadian cop show, and it's like a Canadian SWAT team, and it's called what's it called? Flashpoint, something like that. The guy who plays what's it, Matthias, I think his name is, from Galaxy Quest, the leader guy. He is the head of the SWAT team in that show, and I can't see. When I see him in that show, all I can think of is Galaxy Quest. Was it Balthazar?
I believe he was the leader of those aliens.
I thought it would begin with an M, but anyways,
you might be right. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Yeah, but whenever I think of Galaxy Quest, whenever I see him in that show, and it's actually a really good show. But God,
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it was on Amazon Prime, but I don't know if it's still there or where it's moved to. It's called like Flashpoint or something like that.
As soon as you said Flashpoint, Thomas Wayne just popped in my head.
And with that being said, the Orville Season 3 finally gets Hulu premiere date, new title. The Orville is at long last almost ready for its next mission on Hulu. The streamer has announced that Season 3 of the space adventure series, which is now titled Orville New Horizons, will premiere Thursday, March 10th in the year 2022, nearly 3 years after its sophomore finale. Episodes will be released weekly. You can watch a teaser above. Returning cast for Season 3 include series creator, Orville Captain Seth MacFarlane, Adrian Palicki, Jessica Zor, Penny Johnson-Gerald, she's the wife of the emissary, Scott Grimes, Peter Macon, Jay Lee, Mark Jackson, and Chad Coleman. Additionally, the late Norm Macdonald will be heard again as Yaphet. Among the new additions for Season 3, besides Hulu, that is, are 13 Reasons Why, Ann Winters as a character named Charlie Burke, and guest star Eliza Taylor, the 100, as a character to be announced. Although the Orville's first 2 seasons aired on Fox, it was announced in July 2019 that MacFarlane's sci-fi series would move to Hulu for Season 3, and that those new episodes would not arrive until late 2020. As the show has evolved and become more ambitious production-wise, I determined that I would not be able to deliver episodes until 2020, which would be a challenge. Would be challenging for Fox, MacFarlane explained at the time. So we began to discuss how best to support the 3rd season in a way that worked for the show by offering it up to Hulu. 9 months later, the coronavirus pandemic hit, further delaying the Orioles' next mission. All I can say is we're working on it. We're working very hard, MacFarlane shared in September 2020 during an Instagram Q&A with Shore, who plays Zalian Officer Tiala Kiali. For a show with a lot of prosthetic makeup that requires close contact, a lot of background artists, you want to make sure you do it in a way that keeps everyone safe and secure, MacFarlane explained. Once we have those protocols figured out, we will start it up again, and you will get more Orville. And of course, now we know that we are getting more Orville. Season 3 is just around the corner. I would play the trailer, but again, copyright reasons.
Yeah. Oh man, though, I can't wait, because I've been checking Twitter, Google News for like maybe the past year just to see if there's been anything on Season 3, and finally we get something. And, it's... The pandemic obviously had delayed a lot of projects that were, had plans on coming out last year. But if anything, they've had a lot more extra time now to really focus on the season and probably make it the best season of the show, because now, like, he's right, because MacFarlane is trying to be he's not trying to be lazy and sloppy with it like Kurtzman is. He's trying to take his time with it, make sure that the prosthetic makeup looks good, and that nobody gets injured from any of the long distance work that they're going to have to be doing. They want to make sure that everyone's in one spot. That's smart because he wants to have a good season and make it have it make sense to the audience rather than, having a half-assed story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and from what I read before everything shut down, is that they were only having 2 particular directors direct these episodes of the Orville because they didn't want to have to keep updating every new director on what's going on, so they could just fit into the show and get used to what's going on with the characters, with the story. They wanted to have just 2 directors who, okay, we've already done this episode, now let's get into this episode, and they can keep that well-oiled machine going instead of having to start and stop.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because with this, it seems like they're trying to start filming and shooting when, COVID is in the clear. And it seems like, past couple of years, it seems to die down a lot more. So, hope to and praying that everyone's safe. It seems like they're all together again and that they're ready to start filming more seasons for the show. Now, my question is, why New Horizons? I mean, I like the title, but, is it just, is that the permanent name now for the Orville show?
My guess, and this is only my guess, I could be way off, but my guess is because of what we saw in Identity Part 1 and Identity Part 2, the Union's having to upgrade their ships in order to battle, not just the Kalon, but the Krill as well, and any other species that are out there. After all, the Moclans, it's already been established that the Moclans have more powerful ships than the Union, yet the Moclans are part of the Union. And another reason for the subtitle is probably because they're now on Hulu instead of Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a catchy name.
I kind of feel like because the Kalon in a way, we're kind of, I guess you could call it the same way that in TNG we got the Borg. I feel like kind of like that's what the Kalon are in a way, like this really powerful enemy. So I kind of feel like we're going to see the Union, I guess, militarized more, kind of like what you saw after the Borg attack. You saw the Defiant, you saw the Norway, the Steam Runner, you saw all these new classes of ships that were a little more combat focused than any other role. So I kind of think we might be going towards a little bit, based on if they're mirroring Star Trek any, which is in some ways they do. I kind of feel like that's the way they might be going because we saw in that one episode where the Moclans were upgrading their weapon systems.
Yeah, so maybe a potential conflict right there between Moclans and the Union.
Well, and the Kalon are still out there too.
Yeah. Yeah, I really can't wait for this because, they could have just easily redone the bridge just for this season, but to me it kind of hints at the fact that maybe they're on the bigger version of the Orville class ship, because we see it in the first season where I believe, they're making like a trade between each other and the Orville is right next to that ship and they're both cruising. That ship, I forget the name of it,
Actually,
but it's 10 times bigger.
Mike, pull up that article again because it shows a picture of the bridge.
Okay.
I have, because I remember, I have a vague memory of when during the battle when they show up the Admiral and you see a little bit of that of the larger class of ship. You see a little bit of the back of the bridge that is different from the Orville. So that's why I'm trying to see if no, that is the Orville, because and the reason I was thinking is because those kind of like, I don't want to call them armrests. I don't know what the hell you call those things right next to the captain and the first officer's chairs. The Admiralty
coffee
ship,
table.
I guess you can call it that, the beer holder, whatever you want to call it. But there were 2 consoles where those displays were. There were 2 consoles back there on the Admiral ship, which we probably would figure it's the larger of the ships. There was a standing console right where those two back displays are on either side. That's why I was thinking, wait a minute, were those
Oh yeah, you're right. You're correct.
So that's why Michael wanted you to pull it up just so I could.
Yeah, I'm looking at that picture right now that you're mentioning. You're correct. It's most likely just maybe, if anything, it's most likely a refit.
Yeah,
but
it looks.
It's going to be probably the same scale.
Stations. You know, that whole console has changed.
Yep, everything's changed. Everything. That's a complete redesign.
I really like it. Like, I'll always appreciate the tan color that they first started out with, but this looks cool. Like, this is something, like you said, Discovery was trying to do but didn't get to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. It's
simple.
It's simple. The three things I get from this is kind of the color schemes from the color schemes are obviously Orville, a lot of blue. The way the displays look remind me more of Discovery, because Discovery had
that dark blue text. Yeah,
even the designs on it remind me a little bit of Discovery, and then I also get the USEA Protector vibes as well.
Yeah,
and even a little bit of the JJ verse, a little bit even too.
Because of I guess. What reminds me of the JJ verse is the brightness that's on that ship and the amount of panels that are, they look like glass, but they're actually, touchscreen panels.
Yeah, and kind of that, and when I say that, remember how everyone complained about the Enterprise bridge looking like a Apple store?
Yeah.
I kind of get just a hint of that JJ verse Enterprise bridge in here too.
Yeah, like they don't overuse it. It looks... Yeah. There's like where it's hard to explain because I'm not one much for a designer, but it's just simple. And the way, if you look at what they did with the new Discovery bridge for the Enterprise, like the one that what's his name, Pike is commanding, it's completely different from the TOS version, and you could compare it to this, but it's super wide and everybody is like far and separated from each other. This Orville bridge, it's like nice and cozy, not too big, not too small, and there's enough room for the captain to be like, hey, helm, or, he doesn't have to yell it all the way across the room.
Yeah.
This is just a very nice and compact style, which is what it should have been in Discovery.
It's clean.
Yeah. It's beautiful. Dare I even say sexy? In a sci-fi, obviously, if you're a nerd,
for sci-fi ship bridges, it's sexy.
Yeah, it really is.
And what's nice, because in the original series for Star Trek, when you see the bridge, you can be like, "Oh, there's Uhura's console now." In this show, it's nice because it's kind of like they themed each of the stations. On the right, you can see that's obviously the Bortus's and what's her name? The Zalayan that came in later.
Oh, I forget her name.
Yeah, I do too. But that's their station, and Isaac's station's on the left. They easily identify those stations with their characters perfectly. It's like that's Isaac's station, that's Bortus's station. I don't really get that from Discovery at all. It's just they're doing whatever they want to do. They work here, they work there.
Yeah, well, in Discovery, their stations are too obvious.
Yeah,
like Tactical on look at Enterprise, where T'Pol and where Reed sit look identical if you're just in terms of facing your screen. Like when they're interacting with their screen, they look identical. They're just on different sides of the room.
Yeah,
that's it. And it was like that even in TNG. Like, you knew Tactical was on that big overarching L-cars.
Yeah, the horseshoe.
Yeah, the big horseshoe looking thing. Yeah, so you knew that Tactical was up there. But again, it wasn't obvious. This is Tactical. This is, we're big neon sign with neon arrows pointing at it. That's what Discovery does.
Yeah, you're right. That's what they do, because I think they think we're blind and we can't realize what the consoles are for. I mean, whenever I saw in the first season of The Next Generation Worf above the captain's chair and he's just working on that console. Before I knew anything about that ship, I'm like, well, that must be the tactical console. And what do you know? It is. So you can easily make that out with this ship. Behind those chairs must be the tactical console.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Discovery, they like to make it a little bit too obvious. Like, here it is. Here's the engineering console, obviously.
Also, just in Discovery, I just need to point this out. Discovery has no chief engineer, by the way.
Yeah, wow.
They don't. Their Stamets is not a chief engineer. He's there strictly for the spore drive. That's it.
He's their engine.
Oh,
yeah, that's true.
That's so weird. I don't like that.
No, I just had to get that out there because it bugs me every time I hear the name Discovery.
Yeah, I feel
but
you on
bring
that,
up a
man.
good point. Every other show up until Discovery, we know who the chief engineer is. Discovery, we have no idea who the chief of any operating station on the ship is.
Yeah.
They might have, but I just because I don't watch Discovery too much, I don't recall them ever explaining who even designed the ship.
I don't.
They've never.
That would have been nice.
Shipyard, that Discovery was constructed over.
Yeah, they don't mention anything like that. I mean, we know the one chick who has the cybernetic eye implant for no reason, by the way, for literally no reason. They don't give an explanation on that. We know she's at helm, but the chick next to her, we don't know what she does. All she ever does is call out shield. So maybe her sole job is working on the shield grid. I don't know. She's the only person who ever calls out what's going on with the shields. And then aside from that, all we know is we got Asian guy on tactical who we literally know nothing about, and we got the other guy on comms who we literally know nothing about.
It just I don't want to say like it's like an extra season of The Expanse because I've never really watched that show, but it reminds me of that kind of style where they're trying to be super edgy, involving sci-fi as well. But
no, Expanse is not like Discovery. It is so far from Discovery in every way possible. I'm offended by that statement. I like The Expanse. It's a damn good show.
Apologies, but yeah, I'm sure like anything at this point is way better than Discovery. Hell, even Picard is.
No, you take that back, sir. You take that back.
Spock.
I don't like Picard, but hell, it featured at least a ship we liked in it. They got the Galaxy class in there at least.
For all of 2 seconds. All right, not enough.
Yeah, for like all of 2 seconds, and those 2 seconds kind of beat Discovery for me. It's just as much as I don't even like Picard. There is like an obvious difference between those two shows because Discovery is just poop. Picard is just CGI with even more poop.
So so what you're saying? It's artistic poop, is what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's still it's still crap, regardless of how you look.
You heard
at
it here, folks.
It's a nice artistic poop.
They're both crap. I don't like.
I think it's being too nice, even calling it artistic. It's
not even artistic.
Some hippie's daydream.
Yeah, you know what? Crap belongs in one place, in my toilet, and then you throw down the lever, you walk away, and throw some air freshener. That's the only thing poop's good for.
Well, hopefully this next thing doesn't turn into poop.
Okay, so
Russell T. Davies returns as program showrunner.
Yeah, so 2 questions on this because I have read on this. So he was the one who revamped it with Eccleston, right?
Yes, Eccleston, and then it was David Tennant.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is like when Doctor Who made its big triumphant return,
yes,
it was Eccleston.
It was with Eccleston. That one season that Eccleston had, it was with him.
Okay, and that was Russell T. Davies that was headlining it at that time, right?
Correct.
And then, so the second question is, he's coming back, but that's not for the next season. That's the season after, right? So I guess 2 seasons?
Well, let's go ahead and read the article and see if it gives us any dirt.
Because I might have heard wrong. That's why I ask.
Yep. Well, I don't know either. I was saving to read this article for tonight's show, so
okay,
we'll find out together.
All right.
And this is coming out of BBC News. And it says screenwriter Russell T Davies is to take charge once again of Doctor Who, the sci-fi show he helped revive in 2005. Davies, who was the fantasy drama's showrunner until 2009, will take over when Chris Trimble, and yes, I said it that way on purpose, departs next year. I'm beyond excited to be back on my favorite show, said Davies, who resumes his role as the show prepares to mark its 60th anniversary in 2023. One of the first responsibilities will be to decide who takes over the TARDIS following Jodie Whittaker's exit. The actress is set to hang up her sonic screwdriver after one more 6-part series and 3 2022 specials. It says, in a statement, however, Davies said it would be time traveling too fast to speculate on what will happen when he returns. There's a whole series of Jodie Whittaker's brilliant Doctor for me to enjoy with my friend and hero Chris Chibnall. Oh, folks, this already tells you where it's going to go, where it's going to continue to go.
I think he's just being nice, personally.
I don't know. There's a part of me that's going, he's going to tote that company line.
I'm in agreement that part of me is like that, but if the reporting is correct on the BBC, they can't afford Doctor Who to keep going down the path it's going to. They can't afford it.
In all honesty, I stopped after Matt Smith. I did watch a little bit of... Sorry, I forget his name.
Peter Capaldi?
Yeah. I watched the first episode with the T-Rex and everything. It was cool. He's a great actor, but I just feel like they didn't really utilize him too well in that series.
I'm exactly in the same boat as you. I got a few episodes into the first season with Capaldi, and I'm like, nope, I'm done.
It's just, it's not the same. And I didn't dive too much into that Doctor to know, but from what I realized growing up with Doctor Who, each persona has his own style. Like one of them liked the leather jacket, Christopher Eccleston. The other one, David Tennant, he liked glasses and a very slim suit. And then there was Matt Smith, who liked the fez or the bow tie. It just where did that go? That was kind of what made Doctor Who to me. And I forget which Doctor was, but the one with the scarf, the rainbow scarf. It's just
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just I feel like they're kind of straying off from the theme of what Doctor Who is. I'm fine with Jodie as Doctor, because it is a bit awkward knowing that he's been a man his whole life, because you kind of just assume that this entity is male, but then he just transforms into a female. It's like, without trying to sound too freaking sexist about it, it's just it put me in an awkward position to continue the show, because I don't know, she's a great actress from what I've seen, but as a Doctor, that's kind of hard to nail. Who I thought would have been a cool Doctor was Rory from the Matt Smith series. Mm-hmm. He would have been interesting, I guess, but that's just my take on it.
Peter Dinklage.
Yeah,
that's who I want to see as a Doctor. Peter Dinklage.
That's a good choice too.
So, to continue on, it says in a statement, however, Davies said it would be time traveling too fast to speculate on what will happen. There's a whole series of Jodie Whittaker's brilliant Doctor for me to enjoy with my friend and hero Chris Chibnall at the helm. I'm still a viewer for now. Chibnall said it was monumentally exciting and fitting that Davies would be back in charge of the series' 60th birthday. Russell built the baton that is about to be handed back to him, the writer and producer continued. Davies revived Doctor Who in its current incarnation with Christopher Eccleston as the Doctor and remained for David Tennant's time as the Doctor. Stephen Moffat took over as Matt Smith took over the roles staying to supervise Peter Capaldi's stint as TV's infatigable. I probably just butchered that word, but I'm sorry. Time Lord. The success of Doctor Who's relaunch led Davies to create 2 spin-off shows, Torchwood and The Sarah Jane Adventures. And then it says, it's nearly 18 years to the day since BBC announced that Doctor Who was returning more than a decade after it was axed. No doctor or companion had yet been cast, but it was confirmed that Russell T Davies would be in charge of the show. At the time, the lifelong Doctor Who fan was best known as the writer of Queer as Folk. He even managed to briefly squeeze Robot Dog Canine into the series. Few predicted how huge it would become upon its return, and Davies is the man credited with much of that success. As showrunner, he oversaw every creative aspect of the science fiction drama, wrote many of its scripts, and was an exceptionally hands-on executive producer. The book, The Writer's Tale, a diary of daily emails and text messages between Davies and journalist Benjamin Cook, details the attention to detail he gave to almost every part of the show, from approving merchandise designs to overseeing the plans for media events. His unexpected return to the show has delighted many because of... Okay, let me start over. All right. His unexpected return to the show has delighted many because if there is a recent golden era of Doctor Who, it's arguably when Davies was in charge, with the program attracting huge viewing figures and racking up awards and critical acclaim. With the exception of the Doctor Who TV movie with Paul McGann, Doctor Who has always been produced purely by the BBC, but from 2023 it will be a co-production with Bad Wolf. The production house was founded by Jane Tranter and Julie Gardner, who worked alongside Davies during his time on Doctor Who. Tranter was BBC's head of drama. Gardner was an executive producer on the show. Both are seen as less high profile, but still crucially important parts of Doctor Who's previous success. And then it goes on to talk about Davies' return, saying, what a coup, and how Davies was welcomed by Bad Wolf, the production company founded in 2015 by former BBC executives Julie Gardner and Jane Tranter. Well, that's pretty much the gist of the article, with Russell T Davies returning. Again, will this be good for the show, considering what we have seen in the Chris Chibnall era and the Jodie Whittaker era? Will they cast a Doctor portrayed by someone that people actually like? And will the Doctor be likable?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. This might be, with Russell on the set now, it might be Jodie's best season as the Doctor, since we're actually getting somebody more familiar with the whole theme. But it's still like in the same boat. It's not gonna do as well if it's someone casted that the audience doesn't really like. It's hard to fill the role of the Doctor. I feel like with Matt Smith, they got really lucky with him because of how stupendous he did his role. He was almost on par with David Tennant. David Tennant for me is, my most favorite Doctor, but he came up really close, and it's really hard to say that because after these 2 Doctors that have been on screen, none of them came close.
Yeah, but the article does say that he's returning to take over in 2023, but Jodie's last run is in 2022 with, they said, several movies and a mini series. So Jodie's going to be gone when he takes over. Because he's taking over, I would give Doctor Who one last chance. I had no faith in Doctor Who because from the people I know that watched Capaldi all the way through, they said Capaldi did the best he could with what he was given. Like, it wasn't Capaldi's fault that the show didn't make him look as grand as he could have been. It was, you know, the writers and directors.
The writing, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So having him back in 2023, I would give him a chance. He has one chance to prove himself. I'll give it a half dozen episodes, and a half dozen episodes is going to define whether he makes or breaks it for me, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what good writing kind of does, especially if you're dealing with his character. I feel like the only time we got a really good entrance of Capaldi's character was from The Day of the Doctor, and there is a lot of flaws in that movie, but that was personally the best Doctor Who thing that had come out after what had been released, you know, for the Capaldi series and then for Jodie. But that movie that featured David Tennant and Matt Smith into one, we really got a good entrance of Capaldi when they said, "Sir, no, there's 13 TARDISes," and then there comes Capaldi, and it just zooms in on his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I own that.
That was a really good scene.
I love that.
Yeah, I have it too.
If it's similar to that kind of writing, I will definitely watch it.
Yeah. When did he leave? During Matt Smith's run, or was it during the beginning of Capaldi when he left?
Who's Stephen Moffat?
No.
Russell T. Davies. Davies left before Matt Smith's run.
Oh, he left before. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what writers they had there, because they carried Matt Smith pretty good.
Yeah, they should have kept those same people.
Yeah. I mean,
if anything, Matt Smith should have kept going. I mean, Capaldi was good. You know, he's a great actor, but Matt Smith could have had a lot more seasons. I mean, look at David Tennant. He was, I think, the only Doctor that had a longest career as the Doctor.
Yeah.
That would have been nice, like maybe 8 seasons with Matt Smith.
Yeah, I mean, it probably was contractual too for how many seasons, though.
Yeah, probably.
Well, not only that, Matt Smith probably wanted to venture into movies because he did actually appear in Terminator Genesis.
And he was in that movie, Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies.
What was that show? I forget. With King or George, I forget. I'm not really good with my kings and queens, but he played as one of them in this show. He was definitely venturing towards more of the dramatic aspect of film.
I think I know which one. Let me pull up his filmography and look that up, because I want to say I know which one you're talking about, but I just want to confirm.
Yeah, go ahead and double check, because I'm a bit lost myself on that.
All right, Matt Smith here. Let's see. I don't want Paramount ads. Go away. The Crown.
The Crown, yeah. That he did a great job in that show.
I haven't seen it, but my mom watches The Crown, and when I would see the occasional episode with her, I had no context of what was going on. But when I did see Matt Smith, I thought he did a good job in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was definitely venturing towards more of the dramatic roles. So yeah, maybe it wouldn't have lasted for 8 seasons, but they could have definitely squeezed out a season or 2 for him.
He was actually in a video. He actually voiced the Doctor in a video game. It's called Doctor Who: The Eternity Clock.
I actually had that for PS3.
I didn't even know they made Doctor Who video games.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah. Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies in 2016. Terminator Genesis in 2015. Doctor Who.
He did good in that too.
He was in many different Doctor. He was in 2. He was in how many video games? 1, 2. He was in 3. He was Doctor Who: Return to Earth and Doctor Who: Evacuation Earth. He voiced the Doctor in those as well. And, 4. Doctor Who: The Adventure Games TARDIS. And then, holy dear God, he voiced the Doctor in a lot of video games. Doctor Who: The Adventure Games Blood of the Cybermen. Doctor Who: The Adventure Games City of the Daleks. Was there any other video? Okay, no. He was at 5, 6 video games. He voiced the Doctor.
Oh man, my favorite fight in Doctor Who: Cybermen versus the Daleks.
I never heard of any of these games. Now I want to find gameplay footage now. Let's see, when did he voice the Doctor? 2010 to 2014 was his run as the Doctor.
Correct, yeah.
So, wow, he did 2 of those right when he first started as the Doctor. 3, 4, 5. He did all 5 of them were in 2010. 5 of the 6 video games he voiced were in 2010. The first season he was the Doctor. So
yeah, when I started watching Doctor Who on a regular basis, Matt Smith was the Doctor.
For me, I let's see here. Capaldi had just started as the Doctor, but they were on Netflix at the time, so I binged watched them.
Mm-hmm.
I binged watched the crap out of those. I mean, Weeping Angels. I can't watch any episodes with Weeping Angels because they terrify the absolute mother F out of me still.
Same here, man.
Oh my God. I just to tell you this, I have not slept with the lights on since I was a child until I watched that first Weeping Angels episode with Tennant. I slept with the lights on for 2 days.
Scary. The one with Matt Smith is pretty cool because, they show them moving and whatnot. But with the David Tennant one scared the crap out of me. I think it was called Blink or something.
It's when they first introduced them.
And he's like talking to her on the TV, and she thinks he's actually listening to her, but it's all pre-recorded. That was just such a trippy episode.
Oh God, it terrified me.
And then there's the other one, Turn Left, which was one of my favorites.
Which one was Turn Left?
It was the one where what if David Tennant had died in his attack with that one alien? If Donna wasn't with him, he would have died.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of the events that we had seen in that season all happened, and Earth basically just goes to shit.
Yeah. I mean, my favorite... one of my favorite David Tennant episodes actually is the it's the one where the Daleks are stealing planets. And that's when it merges Torchwood and that's when I guess you could say that's when Torchwood officially ended, kind of.
When we think he's gonna regenerate, but he actually he stays as David Tennant.
Yeah, and then Donna gets the TARDIS kind of downloaded into her in a way, so she's kind of like I guess you could say a Time Lord for a brief moment. And David Tennant basically tells her, "Yeah, we basically got to purge you because humans aren't meant to hold that much knowledge and power. They're not meant to. They will die."
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting what they did with the writing in those seasons. I mean, it's definitely not anything we're getting now, because I do like a lot of Matt Smith episodes, but I can't say positively that I loved all of them. I can say without a doubt that I loved a lot of David Tennant's episodes.
Yeah, even the one where he, I guess you could say, he battles the devil, like Satan. Even
that was crazy.
That was trippy and creepy. But the first time I watched it, I'm like, nope, I'm not watching anything satanic. Nope. But then I rewatched it like a year later, and it was still creepy. I mean, it's a creepy.
They're really weird. What were those creatures called again? The Oods or whatever?
Oods, yeah, where they hold like the ball that they talk through.
Oh, those things scared me, dude. Almost as much as the Weeping Angels.
Yeah. I remember
when they had like the red eyes. Ugh.
Well, no, they don't have red eyes initially. It was literally Satan possessing them, basically. They turned red. Their orbs turned red too.
Oh man, that was creepy.
Yeah, I do love the David Tennant where they're trying to find Amy Pond's daughter, and he gets like his little alliance of all the various people. He gets that one lizard chick. He gets the what are they called? The Spud people. I call them the Spud people.
Yeah, I call them potato heads.
Yeah, I call them the Spuds because that's what they literally look like. I'm trying to remember what they're called. Zentarans. I think they're called Zentarans.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when he has like his little alliance, and then those like guys with the swords are like closing in on them, and it's kind of like they form a little defensive circle, and they're just like fighting them off. I'm like, this is something you typically wouldn't see in like Doctor Who, but I like it.
It's working though.
It's
like, it's just, I wish they would have kept that up. Doctor Who, for me, for the longest time, seemed like a franchise that you couldn't screw up because it had a team behind it that knew what they wanted to do. I mean, it's something that's been going on since the 60s, so they know where they want to take this. But man, was I wrong?
I mean, I even had a sonic screwdriver. I had 2 sonic screwdrivers. I had David Tennant's and the one older Doctor from Day of the Doctor.
Oh, like, yeah, the War one. Doctor. That's a cool one.
I had but I threw them away once I kept watching Doctor Who, and I'm like, nope, I see where this is going. I'm done with Doctor Who. I threw them away. I was so done with Doctor Who. In hindsight, I regret throwing away Tennant's because everyone likes Matt Smith's sonic screwdriver. Yeah, but Tennant's is kind of like the OG of the new.
I love Tennant's. You know, I have the like the real life, not the real life. It's not like the actual one from the show, but it's like a good size replica of the Matt Smith one, and then it opens and it makes that weird cross. I think that's why a lot of people like it, because he opens it and then he reads inside of it to check what it's saying. But yeah. David Tennant's was just so cool, like you said, because of how simple it was. He would literally just go to a certain frequency and open anything he wanted to.
Yeah, plus that Day of the Doctor where Matt Smith takes his out, and then Tennant takes his out, and then Tennant realizes that his is smaller, so he raises it up, and it's still not as big. It's basically like that little nod that guys will do where it's like, mine's big.
Oh, I'm rewatching that tonight. That was such a good scene.
God. Oh, that was, the whole thing was great.
And John Hurt was good in that too.
Oh yeah.
It was just crazy seeing, what was the planet called that the Time Lords were from again?
Gallifrey.
It was so cool seeing it like in its actual prime. Well, it was getting destroyed.
Yeah, but it was nice to actually see the Time War happening. Like, I know you could call it the last days of it, and I'm not gonna lie, that the battle that they did with between the Time Lords and the Daleks still looks freaking great.
So cool. Like, it was beautiful.
So great.
Like, it was better than just how they showed it before, where it was just like the planet exploding. Like, this time we actually get to see what happened before that. And it was just chaos, utter chaos.
Yeah, and it was just so nice to see that, because I've always said I would love to see a miniseries with Tennant as the Doctor, and he's retelling the Time War, and it's a miniseries just about the Time War, like him kind of reliving the past as a former self, and you see a 3-parter as the version of the Doctor he was during the Time War. Right. Like fighting in it and then realizing it's over, and then him kind of running away and everything. Kind of like I guess an origin story in a way, but it's based
I forget, did we see the Master in Day of the Doctor?
No.
Because I'm remembering a scene where we see them on Gallifrey, and it's him and, I guess, younger David Tennant, or whoever played young Doctor Who at that time, but it was him and the Master, and they both like jump into this portal or something. I forget what that was.
That wasn't from Day of the Doctor.
I forgot.
The only portal is the one that you see where that's how I think it was Tennant and Matt Smith. That's how they eventually meet up. Is Smith jumps through the portal to where Tennant is, because remember Tennant is where Queen. I think I want to say Queen Elizabeth is. Like,
I really forgot. It slipped my mind. It was just this cool scene where it was how the Master and the Doctor both split up, like for the first time. It kind of showed.
I'll have to look up that scene. I don't know where it's from. It's not Day of the Doctor.
Yeah, I totally forgot. But that scene like definitely capitalizes why the Master is the best nemesis in the whole Doctor Who series. I mean, there is the Daleks, but he is like somebody on the same level with the Doctor, so it makes it a lot more interesting.
Although I don't like how the... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It makes him a better adversary.
Yeah, I just don't like how they keep bringing the Master back. Like, if you're going to keep bringing the Master back, have it as the same person. Don't give it basically same name, different body.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, have it still as this as the Master as we first saw him in David Tennant when they first
like that David Tennant arc where he makes him like a super old man.
Yeah, where the laser screwdriver, which
yeah, that was
I liked that.
He scared me.
I was getting teary eyed because he's like torturing David Tennant, and you watch Tennant to where you're like, no, stop.
And he like makes everybody on Earth look like him.
Yeah, and it's just like, you know, like no.
Yeah, my favorite part that makes it super suspenseful for that character are the drums. You know, the dun.
Oh yeah, the beating of the drums. Yeah.
That was the good days of the Doctor.
That was, and then when they first introduced the Zentarans, when you see the what they call it, the Valkyrie, I think is what they called it. That like kind of like airship-esque, like that ship thing that they introduced in the Master two-parter. I can't remember what it was called. The Archangel.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It
slipped my mind as well.
Yeah, but like,
man, that's bugging me now.
I know it's gonna bug me too, but I love the line from the episode when Tennant, he's the commander of those like special forces. He's like, we're gonna use these bullets so that these bullets cannot be corrupted by their gases, and we're all gonna wear gas masks. You see David Tennant with a gas mask on. And he looks at the commander and says, "Are you my mummy?"
That was so funny.
Oh God, it still gets me to this day.
Who's your favorite Doctor, Pacific?
Matt Smith.
Respectable.
Okay.
Although I gotta say, I wish we got more of Eccleston because I did like his Doctor, especially you know his catchphrase.
I like this. I really like the first episode with him where you see Earth. He takes Rose Tyler to Earth when it's like, you know, pretty much uninhabited and the sun's about to explode.
That was the second episode.
Oh, the second episode. That was just
the one with the what do you call it? The display like things that you typically put clothing on, they come to life.
Yeah.
That was the first episode. How do I know these things? Dear God.
Hey man, admire. It's not a bad thing.
No, it's
not a bad thing at all when you remember specific episodes of a series that you enjoy or a movie that you enjoy. You remember specific scenes. That's what makes it great. That's what
I really envy people who can remember episodes in detail like that. You know.
Yeah.
I really wish because I've seen all of them. I just really wish I could remember what happened in each. Because that's how you know they told good stories. They just gave you so much that was awesome, and throughout the years you kind of forget what happened because it just came at you all at once.
And you don't want to try to recall the episode and have it cross over with other episodes of different shows that you've seen. Oh yeah. Remember when Cisco showed up on Doctor Who? Came out of the TARDIS.
Yeah.
It's Cisco's TARDIS now.
Wait, what?
I would say, you know, Cisco's pimp hand, but use it in a colorful metaphor. But I'm trying to keep everything kind of PG.
Wait,
PG
Cisco's actor was in Doctor Who? I do not remember.
No. I'm just saying, you know, you're trying to recall different episodes from different TV shows, and sometimes
if Avery Brooks was in Doctor Who, that would freak me out.
I think he'd make a pretty good Doctor.
He would be cool as I don't know about a doctor. Maybe he would be a good companion though.
I was just thinking the same thing. Although they're not going to do it because they've already stated they don't want any Americans involved in terms of like major roles, like either as companion or the Doctor. They want to keep it strictly British from that aspect.
I guess that's understandable.
You know, I mean, hell, I remember the episode where they first introduced Captain Jack. That two-parter that they did.
Oh, that's the name I'm looking for.
That's the one. That's the one where the whole "Are you my mommy" comes from, because you got the creepy kid and the gas mask, and he's just walking around almost like zombie-like. and it's super eerie during World War II.
And then what does
during
he
the
turn
bombings
into
of London.
later? Like that giant face in the jar. I forgot the name of it.
Yeah, I forget the name of it, but yeah, that's what Captain Jack turns into.
So crazy. He's just
Yeah.
that old.
He's that old. Oh god, Captain Jack was such a great character.
Yeah.
I tried watching Torchwood. I couldn't. It was too sexualized, really. Like everyone is
That's a
sleeping
shame.
with everybody, and they don't hide it. Like their helper guy is actively sleeping with Captain Jack, and they don't hide it. Like they look at each other, and they're both like giddy little like high school boyfriend girlfriend running off to go have sex. I mean, it's like it was so sexualized. I'm like, this. No, stop. Doctor Who should be
that's a shame.
sexualized. But
I'll
I mean,
tell
I know
you though, Mike, my favorite Matt Smith episode was I believe it was in the first season, and oh no, sorry, it's not the first season. It was probably way later. But he's at Stonehenge, and then all of the ships from everything he's encountered just come and hover. And he stands on top of the rock, like really introducing himself, and they all just scatter and go
the
away.
Doctor, I'm here to protect this planet.
Such
Anyone
a cool scene.
Oh,
wishes to do this planet any harm has to deal with me.
Or
This
how
really proves how cool he is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how about the Matt Smith episode where they keep you see like the star and they think it's a star. What it is the TARDIS basically on a continuous time exploding.
Right, yeah.
I forget the premise of the episode. I just remember that.
I think it was the 11th hour.
It might have been the 11th hour.
That was a really good episode when he's like showing all the different faces of the Doctor, and then he steps in front of it, and it's like that was a really good introduction for Matt Smith.
Yeah. Or the one with that stone cube and whatnot, and they're like, and you see all these various alien races, and they're like, he's like, what's this for? What is this? It's a prison. For whom? For you. Because you're basically, you keep going through time and space, and you keep screwing everything up. This is to basically imprison you. And he's just like, wait, what?
Yeah. Pandora's box.
Oh, yeah, that was it. Yes. Oh, the Chris Pratt thing.
No. This is going to be interesting.
Yep. I want your guys' thoughts. What do you think about Chris Pratt being the voice of Mario? And then you also have Anya Taylor-Joy as Peach, Charlie Day as Luigi, Jack Black as Bowser, and Keegan-Michael Key as Toad. And that's my impression of Seth Rogen for anyone who wants to know.
So I don't know the two actors/actresses I don't know is Peach and Toad. Those names do not sound familiar, so I can't comment on them. But so first two thoughts I have on this. A, I don't think the movie should even be created. First of all, you don't need a Super Mario movie because what's your premise? Mario rescuing Peach from Bowser. Okay, great. It's kind of hard to, I mean, it's so open-ended and how you could do that. It's so easy to ruin. The second thing is that I feel like this is being so overblown because it's Chris Pratt. This is Star-Lord. This is the guy from Tomorrow War. He's been in so many freaking movies. It's unreal. I mean, go all the way back to Wanted. He played the jerk friend of the one guy. I mean, he go all the way back to Wanted, and he's in that. I mean,
he was in the remake of Magnificent Seven too.
Oh, I love that movie, by the way. I love it. People hate on it. I personally love it. But I mean, he is such a good actor. I mean, yes, he is a Christian. He has openly said it. He goes to a church, And some people say he's conservative. He's never openly come out on his politics, but everyone's like, okay, everything what you're saying and what you're doing and everything, that kind of a lot leans more to the right in terms of what they believe you're saying and doing what the people on the right say and do, but you're not openly coming out. So everyone thinks he's this far right person and whatnot, even though he's never openly stated politics. He stays out of politics, which I love, by the way. I'm glad he's an actor who doesn't dive into politics. I feel refreshing. Like it's very refreshing. It goes back to the old days. I mean, that's what Kurt Russell even said. He's like, I don't talk about politics. I'm an actor. I'm an entertainer. I'm a court gesture. My role and job is to act and bring entertainment. My role is not to give political opinions. Played a great Santa Claus too, by the way. I want to just.
He was a favorite actor of all time, man.
Tombstone.
Tombstone was great. And then there was Overboard, which was funny. My favorite film was Big Trouble in Little China. Just because
I have not seen that, and I need to.
You are gonna love that. There's a reason I love him, and I've seen most of his work. There is a reason why I say that's his best film, because of how unorthodox it is, and he sells it. He makes a very iconic character, and it has a lot of good punchlines. It's definitely not just like a popcorn movie. I mean, you can take it that way, but it delivers entertainment to where you kind of want to maybe see more. But that's the whole charm about it. It's supposed to just be a single movie.
Yeah.
Not a sequel, nothing like that.
He's also entertaining to watch in Fast and the Furious movies.
Yep.
He was in Executive Decision. He was in Guardians of the Galaxy. Hateful Eight, which I never saw. Heard mixed stuff about that one. I'm going through his filmography.
Bone Tomahawk is pretty good.
I've never heard of Bone Tomahawk, so I can't comment on that. Let's see. Grindhouse, Poseidon. Oh, that's right. He was in Sky High. Oh, he was great in that movie.
And if you want to laugh, Captain Ron.
Oh, yes, Captain Ron. Oh, that's right. He was in Miracle. I think he was the head coach, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, let me see here. Vanilla Sky. Soldier, which I haven't seen that in so long.
Escape from New York.
Escape from New York. Escape from LA. I was about to say Stargate. He was uncredited voice of Elvis Presley in Forrest Gump.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
What it shows here. Yeah, let's see.
That's true. Now that I think about that, wow.
Oh, he was in he was also in The Thing, which I have not seen. I just know he's in that movie. Let's see here. Captive, The Quest, Police Story. No, Strongest Man. Now I'm going into the 70s right now. Holy crap! How long has he been acting? He's been acting 50s. 62. 62 is his very first thing. Dennis the Menace TV series is the very first thing here on IMDb that he acted in. Dennis the Menace TV series. He was in one episode. He's 62.
Yeah, he started a while. I feel like his career picked up. I don't know if you've seen the movie Used Cars.
Never heard of it.
It was in 1980. It was one of maybe his first comedies. And I feel like that really, because it was such a funny movie, I feel like that is what kickstarted his career into the 80s of, being in so many different movies. Because you see, like, he's in movies from like 1969, but it's usually during the 80s he's more prominent in a lot of movies.
Yeah, he was a child actor. That's why it says Dennis the Menace. He was a child actor, which that was back when child actors could actually make something of themselves and not fall into complete disaster. He's 60 years. Wait, is that right? 2021, 70. No, he's 70. March 17th, 1951 is when he was born. So he's 70 years old. He looks good for 70. I'm just going to say that. He might have had some work, but he looks good for 70. I'm just saying that right now. Dang. He's, again, his role as Santa is one of my favorite depictions of Santa ever.
I have never watched
really
it.
Good.
It's I forget what the movie's called. It's on Netflix. He plays like a very fun Santa, but it's magical Santa. It's not like the Santa who's only magical and nothing else. He's like fun. He jokes. He makes quips. You know, he's kind of like how you envision Santa. You know, jolly and happy, but also filled with magic. Like he embodies that. I feel like in that movie in a way.
You know, I always say they should utilize him more. I'm just happy they're not utilizing him for this film.
Oh God.
I mean, that would be a nightmare.
The only way I see this movie working is if you do like what they did in Jumanji. Starts out in the real world, and then they get and then somebody, you know, kids or what have you. That's the only way I could see this moving, a play on Jumanji. That's the only way, because it's going to be a CG animated movie.
Yeah, from what I hear, it's an animated.
Yep, and it does say that Charles Martinet will also have some featured cameos in the movie as well. So at least they're giving him some kind of a role in the movie.
Yeah, because he was the original voice, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if Chris Pratt does a good impression, okay, that's fine. But like Patriot said, what is the premise for this movie? Really, nothing that you haven't already seen in the video games.
Yeah. I'm leery about the movie, but then again, we don't know what it's about. We honestly don't know anything about it.
Right.
So I'm not making any judgment calls on it. I don't think the movie should be made. But that being said, I'm open to wanting to see it once I learn more about the movie. The premise, plot, the way, you know, runtime, various factors. I might actually see it, but I got to see some footage and trailers and know what the plot is and everything before my interest could not peak, but rise, I guess.
Well, hopefully, it makes newer fans or the newer generation to get into Mario. Hopefully, like, this is a segue for them to like really dive deep into the history of Mario and maybe start playing the games.
I mean, the kids shouldn't play Mario Kart because that. Whew, I mean, Spock, I don't know. Did you ever play Modern Warfare 2 on like Xbox and Xbox 360?
I played. I was a Sony guy, so I was playing that on PlayStation.
Okay, but you remember how those chat rooms were? Like all the crap talk and everything?
True, yeah. So you probably would want your kids under, maybe 12, 15 years old to stay away from those games.
Yeah, from Mario Kart, because just like how it is with Geeks and Gamers, if you ever watch their Twitch, YouTube live streams of them Sunday nights of that, it's like that with me and some people I know. It's like Modern Warfare 2 lobby all over again while playing that game.
I hope on like quickly bring up some other news with the Hot Wheels game coming out. I hope that's not featured in that. I would love that game if it did not have a chat room, because I already know you beat somebody in a race, they're gonna be like, "F you, nerd," or something.
Well, Mario Kart doesn't have a chat room, but people use like Discord to do the conversations and everything. So.
Oh, okay.
Or like for Geeks and Gamers, they're using StreamYards so they can stream it on Twitch and on YouTube, and you can actually see and hear everybody who's participating in the game.
Yeah. So you don't have an actual voice lobby like you did in Modern Warfare 2, but with all the options available now, you don't need to have an in-game voice lobby. There's other avenues of having that.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, in-game voice lobbies are very low quality anyways. I've noticed that some microphones in voice chat don't sound the way that they're supposed to.
Yeah, it depends on the micro. I always use a headset.
Sounds like you're ordering from a drive-through menu.
I always use a gamer headset because it's better quality, even
and more comfortable. Right? Like you don't want to have a freaking, you don't want like a freaking microphone stand when you're just playing a casual game.
You'll take that.
Like, let me get my podcast mic here set up. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're playing Mario Kart.
Crash.
Oh God. They're making another Mario Party for the Switch, but it's going to be more like how it was with N64 Mario Party.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
Really?
they're kind of almost going back to the good old days of Mario Party, which I almost lost friendships over the N64 Mario Party. I mean, we got competitive in that, and I was
Another reason to probably get the Switch. I'm very late on that. I need to get one as soon as I can, just
It's
so
nice.
I can. Yeah, I'm haven't been into Zelda, but I know that there's a second Zelda game coming out, so I might as well check out Breath of the Wild, see what that's all about, because that's like, from what I'm aware, the first open world Zelda game.
That's from what I've heard. Yeah.
So I like open world games, so I might as well check it out. But there was also news of KOTOR being released on there, and that would be a nice plus for me. I don't know. Are you guys having this issue? Because I don't know if anyone's recently tried playing it, but yesterday I installed KOTOR, and I was getting in the menu, creating my character, and when I hit play to start the first mission, my game just crashed, like just completely.
I haven't played it off of Steam in a bit, but the problem with the remake is they're not doing like what we want with DS9, where you just update it to like say Battlefront 2 that came out a few years ago, like update it to that level of graphics. It's almost a complete remake of the game.
Yeah.
And I don't like it because it's a game that doesn't need a remake. It just needs a touch over of updated graphics. The game is perfect the way it is. You just need to update the graphics. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to release the remaster on the Switch, but from what I was reading, they're releasing the original version, maybe a bit remastered, I'm not sure, but I think it's just the same plain original that's being released on the Switch.
Oh, well, you have my attention then.
Yeah, that's fairly new news, because that's, for me, that's more reason to buy the Switch.
I mean, the one thing I will say about the Switch that's really nice is you can they have like the stand, so you can play it on your TV, and then you can literally take your little Joy-Cons, lock it back onto the Switch, pull it up, and keep playing the game while you're doing whatever. Like, it doesn't stop at all.
Super mobile. I like that.
Oh yeah, and it even has a little kickstand in the back. So let's say you're on a flight and you pull out your controller, you put the Joy-Cons on the little controller, you can still have the game playing on the airplane with some earbuds in or headphones on, and playing on your Switch while on an airplane. The Switch is really nice. I mean,
definitely gonna go sit in the back of the airplane if I'm gonna do that.
That depends what game you're playing.
Yeah, everyone's gonna be like, "Well, who's grunting back there?"
If I was the person like right in front of you on the plane, I'd be like, "Stop humping the chair again."
I'm playing KOTOR.
Although LA Noire I will say, is fun to play on the Switch, though.
Oh, I didn't even know they had that on there. Sweet.
Yeah, I've never played it, and I've always wanted it, and they had it on discount on the Microsoft Game Store, and I'm like, it's discounted. Well, then I might just have to buy this now. So, because I like Grand Theft Auto, and they have a Grand Theft Auto-esque game in the was it late 40s? Yeah, it's late 40s.
That's cool. Yeah, that reminds me of the Mafia trilogy.
Yeah, and the cool thing about LA Noire, you can either play it in color or black and white.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you could really get the noir feel if you play it in black and white.
I've seen streams of the game, but I never actually played it.
I didn't even know it existed until Razorfist did a stream of him playing it for his Friday night gaming streams, and I'm like, wait, what is this? It's made by Rockstar. It's basically Grand Theft Auto, basically in the 1940s. Okay.
Sick, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I hope Rockstar's doing something with the new GTA, because it looks like they haven't even started. They're still profiting off GTA 5 Online and Red Dead Redemption.
Oh, they're coming out with the GTA 5 remaster.
Really?
I kid you not. Yeah, I'm trying to remember who.
What?
I was watching the video today. Oh no, it was It's a Gundam. He was talking about the various games that are coming out for, I think it was PlayStation, and one of the announcements was a GTA 5 remaster.
Unnecessary. Because, like,
Totally unnecessary.
there's already, like, this mod I bought for $10 on this dude's Patreon, which basically remasters everything to where the game looks ultra real. If it's like a GTA 6 concept, almost. I really don't see a point in that. What the heck? If they're gonna remaster anything, remaster San Andreas or Vice City, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I tried playing one of those, and I'm like, the controls didn't feel the same as GTA 5. It was because I got used to GTA 5 controls. The controls were a little different. I'm like,
the driving in those games, especially GTA 5, it's best driving simulation, I think.
Oh yeah. I mean, now what I would love for them to do is take some of the vehicles off GTA Online and put them into just the standard game.
Yeah,
that'd
like
be nice.
like that basically version of the DeLorean basically that they have.
I really don't like online. It's super spendy.
I don't like it because unless you have basically a clan to play with, you're screwed because I will leave like my apartment, walk out, and then there's a guy on a freaking tank just blowing everything up in sight. Well,
yeah, because mod menus are a very big thing in that game.
Yeah,
like, they don't even take their time to ban people who use them casually.
Well, it's not even that. Like, because you could buy a tank in GTA Online, but it's like it's a clan. Like it's like, you know, clans and groups of people. So unless you have that playing solo, you can't even do the missions because a lot of the time guys will get in, so the mission's getting ready to start. You know, the robbery, and then they'll just leave, and then they'll jump in and then leave. So they're constantly doing that. So you can't get better jobs to earn more money. So you're kind of screwed to just basically robbing convenience stores and gas stations for money and doing whatever events you can do. I mean, that's the only way you can get money at that point. So GTA Online, I think they put way too much time in personally. It makes them money, but turns off a lot of just regular GTA players.
At what cost though, you know? Like, people are already getting super bored of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's only...
Because, like, Los Santos, it's a big map they made, but pretty much we've already explored every single piece of it. And the thing is, it's actually a lot smaller than the original map that was released in San Andreas, because from what I recall, in San Andreas, you're actually able to visit Vegas. Like, their version of Vegas.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think if anything, they should have released like expansion packs, like DLCs.
Yeah.
Like,
from
that's
what I'm
what they
seeing,
should
they're
do.
handling their Red Dead Online a bit better, but it's still like the same crap.
I've never played Red Dead Online.
Neither have I. I've played the
I've
first game, but
dabbled
I've
with
never
it a
played
bit.
online.
Not really for me though.
Yeah, I played 1 like 5-6 times through. I've played 2. I haven't finished the main story for 2.
Me neither.
I need to. I need to actually keep playing. It's just there's too much micromanaging for a Red Dead game. It's just way too much.
I thought so, because like I got kind of exhausted. I was like, there is so much I have to do, especially since you're on a horse. You have to traverse such long distances. It's like, Jesus, I wish I had a freaking car.
Well, it's not even that. You got to feed your horse every so often. You got to,
Yeah.
But the beauty is you can watch the horse take a, take a whiz or take
it's
a crap.
definitely made for a specific audience, that's for sure.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The game looks really good and everything, but it's just like, cut down the micromanaging a little bit. That was one thing Red Dead 1 you didn't have to do. You didn't have to do all the micromanaging. You didn't have to constantly deposit money into the group bank. You didn't have to constantly do this or constantly do that.
Yeah, I remember that. That was very annoying.
Although, have you seen the video of the guy? I guess it's later in the game. There's like these women's rights like protests. And this guy, I kid you not, it's actually out there. You can look it up on YouTube. He actually lassos the head chick, puts her on the back of the horse, and kills her in many ways.
Oh god!
Oh my god!
There's an actual YouTube video, and so like he'll take her off the horse, throw her to an alligator. Alligator kills her. Throw in front of a train. Throw in front of her wagon. Do all these things to the head.
Jesus
of the
Christ! I have to admit, I don't remember if there was dismemberment in that game, but that added a lot, if that's the case. Because I remember you were able to like blow off people's heads or arms or whatnot.
I
But
don't remember.
that game definitely offered a lot more interactive NPCs. That's for sure.
Yes, that I agree with 100%.
Because the GTA 5 NPCs get really boring. They just pass by you, say something nice about your car, or they just say, F off, whatever.
Well, that's what I did. That was the first mod. That reliable mod in Skyrim was actually better dialogue with NPCs, where they feel a little bit more like actual NPCs.
Yeah. I've tried out that mod. It's kind of cool. It's like the Red Dead mod almost. You can talk to the NPCs, and then it gives like random bunch of dialogue.
Yeah, granted, I play on Xbox.
How you doing, girl?
Mods are limited. So, although what's funny is that if there's a makeout mod too.
Of course there is. I mean, in San Andreas, there was a mod where you could literally have sex with any NPC you chose.
Yeah, well, on Xbox, the mods are very limited, but on PC,
that's cool. Though I didn't know that you could get mods on Xbox.
For Fallout 4 and Skyrim, there are mods that people port from the PC version over to Xbox. Now, granted, that does limit a lot of the mods, but there's still enough out there to make the game interesting. Enough.
That's cool.
Yeah, but I want to play the PC because
that's something I wished for like hundreds of years ago when I was playing GTA 4. I was wishing I could, because I was stuck on the console version of GTA 4. I didn't even have a PC, and I was like, man, I'm seeing all these YouTubers drive Lamborghinis. I really want to do that.
Yeah, there was a mod for GTA either 3 or 4 where somebody literally modded their character to look like Marty McFly from Back to the Future and have the DeLorean. And it would literally, when you got up to 88 miles an hour, it would do the time jump sequence, and you would jump like maybe 300 feet, but then you would exit with the flaming tracks.
Yeah, I have seen that one. That was pretty cool, because I was going to even mention the fact that you could mod it to have the DeLorean, or mod it to have any iconic movie car in the game that you want.
Yep. They even had the train from Back to the Future 3. Somebody actually had the train.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, it was funny. This is like 6-7 years ago, but there was a video.
I have to show you this crazy freaking video I saw. It's probably the best GTA 5 mod video I've seen, because they're using the shader I was talking about that you'd have to get on that dude's Patreon. Uh-huh. And not only does it look super ultra realistic, he's using like a Henry Cavill's Superman mod, and he's fighting Godzilla.
Oh my gosh. There was somebody who made a Goku mod from Dragon Ball Z where you could fly, and then when he would do your base energy attacks, it was the equivalent to a grenade launcher going off. And
Jesus.
then he did when he did Destructo Disc, I forget what the equivalency of the game base weapon was. And then when he did Kamehameha, it was the equivalent of several RPGs being fired at the same time. So he's going around the city just blowing everything up inside.
It's so funny how, compatible the mods are with that game. Like, they work flawlessly. Like, they're almost made into the game.
Yeah, that's why I want a gaming PC so bad, so I can, because I want to play games where I can just mod the crap out of stuff and just
definitely
have fun.
worth it, man.
Yeah, we'll see.
Took me a couple years to save up for one, but man, was it worth it?
Yeah, I'll get one eventually.
Yeah, if you can get the super crazy NASA ones, that's always nice, but never feel obliged to. I was like stuck picking a PC for the longest time because I was like, I want a 3070. And then I just got something that was like a Radeon 6700 XI or whatever. It's doing the job just fine.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone says stay away from Alienware. Yeah, everyone says stay away from Alienware because they're like, yeah, Asus makes a gaming PC that's just as good as Alienware, but is like 1,000 less. I think it's how it's pronounced. Asus, I think is how it's pronounced.
Asus or something. Yeah.
Asus, yeah. I always pronounce it as Asus because
they're a bunch of asses.
My first gaming laptop was an Asus, and it worked great for me.
Yeah, that's what that's what a
Just
friend of mine had.
all it requires is optimization. If something is optimized, it's guaranteed to work for you for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I'd custom build one, but I'm not that knowledgeable. And I know there's websites that you can custom build your gaming PC, but I wouldn't know what to do.
Oh,
so
yeah, iBuyPower is one of those websites.
Yeah, so I'd rather just buy a pre-packaged one that's really, really good. Like, do a little research on
definitely
it.
check out, your local Best Buy, because that's where I was able to grab mine.
Mm-hmm.
And it was only going for maybe... It was on sale because it was usually a $2,000 PC, but luckily went on sale for $1,200 because they were having a crazy blackout sale.
I think I might wait till Black Friday.
Yeah.
I might be able to get one then. Oh, God, yeah, that just felt so good.
I mean, my current PC that I'm on, I waited for a good sale to buy it.
Yeah.
And that's how you have to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on a $300 laptop right now, so.
That works.
I mean, I can.
It's letting you stream like this.
Yeah, no, it feels basic stuff. I can play some games that aren't too graphic intense, but like the games I want to play and experiment with, there's no way they could work on this. No way in hell. So.
Yeah, even my computer struggles with like games like Cyberpunk and whatnot.
Oh no, I wouldn't get games like that. I get that for like console, but for PC, I'd get games that like RTS games or games that are heavily moddable. That's the kind of games I play on PC.
Yeah, I hope that's what happens with Cyberpunk, because it is a game made by the same company by The Witcher, CD Projekt Red, and that game, from what I'm aware, that was super moddable. So I'm hoping that eventually over the years that happens with Cyberpunk, because Cyberpunk is looking like one of those futuristic GTA 5 games. Oh, sorry, not GTA 5, but just a Grand Theft Auto futuristic game. Except obviously it's super unoptimized. So that's why there was a lot of refunds when it first came out, because how laggy it was.
Oh, I remember.
It was horrible. They've fixed it over a couple patches. It's still like you'd have to have a pretty beefy, maybe like a 1080 Ti to be able to run it. But it's interesting because it's almost looking like another GTA game, but this game offers a lot when it comes to side missions or random crime. So being able to mod a game like that would be the game of the year, pretty much. Like, say I'm able to put the freaking A-Team van and drive that around, because like, why not?
Hell, I'd love to put the Batmobile from the first Michael Keaton Batman in there.
That would be beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I love that one. My favorite version is the animated series Batmobile.
Right, I'm talking movie, yeah.
Movie, though, yeah, Michael Keaton is the best one.
Mm-hmm.
Next to the Tumbler. The Tumbler is just completely different and original.
It doesn't feel like a Batmobile to me, though. It just doesn't.
That's fine. Yeah, it's an interesting design that they took for the Batmobile. I think you're right, though, because it should be more of like a high-tech sports car, if anything.
Yeah, just don't do Val Kilmer and George Clooney versions, please, for the love of Almighty God. Don't. Nobody needs to see that much glowing blue, or in the George Clooney one where it literally looks like a spaceship on wheels.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh God! And
I do have to say though, his Batman is very much underrated. I mean, there is like a lot of parts that I understand why people don't like, but he didn't do a bad job as Batman, I have to admit.
Who, Val Kilmer?
Yeah, and George Clooney.
No, not George Clooney. No. Val Kilmer, I thought, did a great Batman. I mean, that was a great movie. I mean, you had Jim Carrey as the Riddler and Tommy Lee Jones
as Two-Face.
I mean, they portrayed those roles so well. It was ridiculous, in my opinion.
Yeah. Val Kilmer did a great job, especially when he's playing as just Bruce and he's visiting Riddler. That was really cool. The reason I think I like the Batman and Robin film is mainly the music score behind it.
It's not a bad music score. I mean, the only positive thing I will say is what's her face? The chick who becomes Batgirl.
Alicia Silverstone.
Oh
yeah. To me, she's the only good thing in that movie.
Yeah, she was great.
I mean,
definitely great.
She was the eye candy in that movie. Let's just be real.
Well, just like Nicole Kidman was the eye candy in Batman Forever.
Right, but I liked Val Kilmer as Batman, so that was like way better. That one had the perfect actors and actor/actresses for that movie. Batman and Robin was just so over the top. I mean, retractable ice skates. Do I have to say any more?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I mean, for the love of
No, I am the freeze man. No.
Hey, I'm George Clooney.
The Ice Age.
Hey, I'm George Clooney. Look at my big rubber nipples on my suit.
Yeah, oh, he definitely hated that outfit because of how uncomfortable
Uma
it was.
Thurman is Ivy.
Oh God, she was no. If you're gonna have Poison Ivy, who is kind of like a little bit of a seductress in a way, Uma Thurman does not come to mind when you hear sexy seductress villain who uses basically nature to kill you. Like Uma Thurman is one of the last ones I would think of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
they did a horrible job with Ivy in there, and then there's the Gotham TV show where they just completely always switch up the actress.
I never saw that. I heard mixed result.
It's a very controversial show, especially season 3 because of how much weird stuff happens in it. But how they handle Ivy in that show, just to give like a quick summary, she starts out as a kid, and then she falls down some pit, and then I don't really remember much of the details, but she comes out as a 20-year-old adult lady, and you know it felt weird at first, and then throughout the season you actually get used to her, and then something happens where she really becomes Ivy. She starts drinking these potions, and you don't see her until the next season, and then when she wakes up out of her cocoon, it's just a completely different actress. I'm like, what was the point in that?
No.
But I definitely recommend checking that out because Jim Gordon is really good in that show.
I heard he's the only good thing about it, actually.
Him and Bruce Wayne. And Alfred.
The only thing I knew about that show was that a guy I used to work with, his son was an extra on that show a few times.
Oh, nice. I actually applied to become an extra once when Transformers Dark Side of the Moon, they had a scene at NASA up at the Kennedy Space Center when I used to live in Florida. So they had they put out the call to the local populace there in the county for extras just to be in the movie and all the various scenes that were at Kennedy Space Center. And I actually filled out the application. I never got selected, but I actually filled it out to be an extra.
That would have been cool.
That would have been amazing.
That's Patriot.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The movie sucked in so many ways.
It was garbage.
But I would have had to say, hey, I was in a Hollywood movie.
A lot of people don't like the entire thing, and that's completely understandable because people grew up on the animated Transformers, and that was a whole different vibe. I mean, I have to admit, though, growing up with those movies, the very first one with Michael Bay is the best one.
Well, there's no argument there. I mean, it's...
Right.
I mean, everyone just gets more and more insane, and they keep making... like each one gets more ridiculous. Like, in the second
the
one...
Transformers start getting more and more perverse. And the second movie is like, punk-ass bitch. I'm like, what was that?
I mean, it's literally two, like, hood stereotypes. Even though Michael Bay said, oh, no, that's not what we did. It's like, the evidence speaks for itself, Your Honor. The evidence speaks for itself. And then the whole scene where he's like, I'm directly beneath the thing's scrotum, and you literally see the two wrecking balls hanging there.
That was so stupid.
That was so dumb.
And then the mother's like, she's got pot brownies.
Like, it was a cool concept, like all of those things forming into one. Like, it was like a Power Rangers scene almost, but they're all turning into one giant transformer.
Yeah.
It was cool until that happened. It was like, why does he have dangling balls? Like, what?
Yeah, it was just, the mother screaming, I heard him when his cherry got popped.
That was, the first movie when he's like, oh yeah, that whole conversation in the first movie when they were talking about his private time, I'm like, what is this? Like, what is this conversation?
it's we get it, okay? She's a hottie, okay? But there's no need to go down that. I mean,
you know who that movie was written by?
Kurtzman didn't Kurtzman have a role in 2 and 3?
Kurtzman and Orsi.
He had a role in the first movie?
I thought it was 2 and 3 he had a role in.
Alex Kurtzman and Robert Orsi were responsible for 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, it was all 3. I thought it was 2 and 3. I didn't know that was the first one too.
I don't know what happened after 1. They definitely slipped up though.
Yeah, I mean, really, the highlight for me watching the first Transformers movie back in 2007 was hearing Peter Cullen saying, "Before time began, there was the cube," and I'm going, Optimus.
It felt a lot more epic for sure.
Yeah.
As a fan of G1 Transformers, I'm all, that's Optimus. I haven't heard that voice in 11 years, and immediately as soon as I heard those first few lines, I was transported back.
Yeah. I have to admit, the first movie had some weird scenes, like the one with Sam's room and whatnot, that whole conversation, but it definitely, out of all the 5 movies, offered the best cinematography. I mean, my favorite scene in that movie was when he went to the junkyard to see who stole his car, only to find out his car was alive and shining some spotlight into the sky. I thought that whole scene was just crazy cool.
Yeah, I mean, it had some epic moments, like an epic moment that I thought was when you see Ratchet and Ironhide. They're like, "Sam, we will protect you," and then all of a sudden, they're like doing cover fire, like Ironhide's unleashing rockets, and you see Ratchet like machine gun covering fire, and Sam's running, and then it's like urban combat. You see Blackout and Starscream. They're transforming, attacking, then transforming again. And
that's
Ironhide,
so cool. I love that.
Scene
I don't think we saw that anymore, did we?
No.
That kind of style where they're in the middle of transforming and fighting at the same time.
Yeah, we really didn't see that,
I think the most realistic fight scene that looked just too real, because it was filmed at night, was this fight between Bumblebee and that cop.
What's his name?
That Transformer scared the shit out of me.
Barricade,
that was it. Barricade, yeah.
When he's like, even in the daytime, when he's chasing Sam and Sam's on top of that BMW windshield and he's like shaking it like, where is it? Where is the Allspark?
Yeah.
No, he's like, actually, no, he's like looking for the glasses. My bad.
Yeah, where are the glasses? Yeah. I mean,
are you ladies man 2187?
Yeah. Item number blank number.
I have to admit, that was actually funny. I'm happy they did that. That was actually a funny thing to hear a Transformers say. Are you ladies man 247?
I mean, the first one had some great moments in it, like the whole opening scene where Blackout first hits the military base. You get the feel of how powerful they are and almost how helpless we as humans are against them, because there's machine gun, they're throwing everything they can at it in that moment and nothing's phasing it. It's just destroying everything in sight, and you're like, oh my god. Like,
what really helps is the music. Especially in the first movie, the music was not kept throughout the entire saga or whatever franchise you want to call it. They completely switched the music in the second movie, and I didn't think that was a good call. I mean, what was that song called? The first movie, like it was a theme almost.
There was. Well, I have some of this.
Yeah, that was just
I think I know which one you're talking about. I don't remember who did it.
I don't remember the specific title, but there's one. It's called Autobots Arrival or something along those lines, and then
yeah.
there's one called the Allspark, where it goes da 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 da.
I just remember growing up and going to the theaters to see those, and realizing, it was like a depressing realization for me, because I grew up with that first movie and really loving it, and then I was waiting for because I remember the sequel took a while to come out, and then they finally announced it and it came, and I was super excited because I thought we were going to see more cars, different types of Transformers, but it was really like a depressing realization with the progression of what they were doing with this franchise. Like, you could see it in the second movie where they're trying to take this. And then it wasn't until the third movie came around that you really see that they're just getting rid of Sam completely. And it's like, well, dude, what's the point of this anymore? The whole story is about Sam.
Yeah, two things about the Transformers that I loved. The first one was that what do you call it? The one like Transformer that was on Blackout that he deploys to go after the soldiers, and then the soldiers fight him in the middle of the desert, like at that little town kind of.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember the name of that one.
I thought it was Frenzy, but I could be wrong.
No, it wasn't Frenzy. It was something else. But like, I love that fight where they're just like shooting at it and nothing's like working, so they call in the airstrike. I mean, that whole scene is just like
was that the first movie with the Scorpion?
Yeah, with the Scorpion, like one
that
of
thing was cool. I loved. I had a toy version
might
of that.
Scorpionox, yeah. But I love that scene, and then I just love how heavily involved they had the military, like the U.S. military, how they weren't depicted as a villain or anything like that. They were like, they fought alongside the Autobots. They were the heroes almost as much as the Autobots were, like shedding blood.
I didn't like that cynical theme they decided to bring along, like, oh, what if the military was against the Autobots? Like, that's just so stupid.
Oh, that was four. Here's the thing about 4, and a lot of people didn't catch this until I showed them it, and they rewatched it, and they're like, holy crap! Except crap wasn't the word they used. If you watch it, it's all pretty much based around China. Like in 4, when that ship is destroying that town, do you know what that is? That's Hong Kong. That's Hong Kong, which Hong Kong doesn't want to be a part of China. They want to be their own city-state, kind of like how Singapore is. But China has control over Hong Kong. Hong Kong was given to China by the British in I believe it was the 90s or early 2000s, I think.
Early 2000s.
Early 2000s. That was the destruction of Hong Kong. And if you notice, it's all like over half the movies based in China.
Yep.
Yeah, that was weird.
I mean, it's and that's the thing, is like the first 3 movies showed the military in such a good way, shedding blood together and everything. When the military helpless, they send in spec ops teams once they find out, hey, the Autobots are still alive. Let's get in there and help.
I thought that whole thing had been resolved, like the military knew that the Autobots were in their side because of the first movie, that whole incident that happened when they captured Bumblebee, like when they realized like these guys are on our side. They're not really trying to take this planet for themselves. They're just here to protect us.
Yeah, and that was the first 3 did that. Of course, granted, you had obviously the government person. Of course, it was the government, not the military. You had that government person.
Yeah, the government.
That one guy who is like, get this pile of scrap out of my face. And he's talking about Optimus and everything. And, the one was it captain or colonel, whatever it was,
that annoying dude that even what's his name, the soldier dude didn't like either.
He's like you see the look on his face. He's like, that's Optimus.
Optimus wanted to squash that guy.
Oh god, yeah. And then the chick in the third one, oh my god, she that anime dude.
What was that, dude?
I was honestly that one moment when Optimus is pointing at her and his fingers like right up in her face. I was hoping that he would just flick her. In that moment, I'm just like, flick her. You could do it to just be like, hey,
we've seen it though. I mean, maybe not with we've seen that. Maybe not with Optimus, but in the first movie when Megatron is like waking up out of his daze and then some dude is crawling on him. He's like disgusting. Flicks him.
Wait, was that? I'm trying to remember. Was that in the first? Was that
in the first Transformers?
Yeah,
movie,
that was the first one.
Megatron's, battling the city against the Autobots, and the other Decepticons are there. There's a scene where Megatron has fallen down to the street, and it's actually Michael Bay who he flicks.
Oh,
that's funny. I never knew. Oh, I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although they did kill one of my favorites in the first one, Jazz.
Yeah, that was so stupid.
To see more Jazz.
Yeah,
that was that was their first evidence of this franchise going down a shitter.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't remember which Decepticon it was, but like you see Jazz just like transform. He jumps on him. He's like, "Come on, Decepticon punk!" And he just like rips the rocket launcher off of him.
Like that was crazy. Yeah, he was kicking his ass, and then he just rips him in half. I'm like, come on.
That scene where Jazz jumps on this tank, well, that was inspired by the animated movie. When
and like they kind of, they're like super rude with that because it's almost like they're, completely throwing away the old school stuff. Like Jazz is jumping on him, he's doing the stuff we've all seen and the animated version, and then he just rips him in half, like kind of putting a statement that, oh, that shit's stupid or something. Like, no, dude, Jazz there's a reason Jazz was alive that whole time, because he's an Autobot. He's trusted under Optimus Prime. That guy has been through so much battles. Like, there's a reason he's still alive.
Well, have either of you seen Bumblebee? Or at least the opening.
That was good. I liked it.
Oh yeah, where they're on Cybertron, but it's like the OG. It's a lot of the OG characters.
Yeah, they took a better inspiration from the animated stuff.
A whole movie if it had just taken place on Cybertron, and we got to see characters like Wheeljack and Brawn, RC, Cliffjumper, and Ironhide. And the thing is, you look at the characters and you can identify each and every one of them. You see Shockwave, you go, there's Shockwave, there's Starscream, there's Soundwave.
Yeah,
because it was like with the Michael Bay, they might have introduced some of the old school elements into their character, but they were just trying to completely change it.
I mean, they made them too somebody I used to know
sharp.
No, it's almost insect-like in a way. If you look at how some of them are depicted, it's almost like insect-like. Like, look at Megatron in the first one. It's almost like a little cue from like insects, the way his body looks and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just because when you see Megatron in the OG series, he still
scary.
looks intimidating. Like, I get you wanted a refreshing of new updated visual, which you could have done, and you didn't have to use all the elements. You didn't have to use the OG entirely, but you could have picked from it in terms of the design of each of the Autobots and Decepticons, which, from my knowledge of the OG, I felt like they were far more true to the Autobots in terms of more of that classic enough look. Updated, yes, but classic enough compared to what they did with the Decepticons.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because Decepticons, I get you want them to look menacing, but the vehicles themselves also made them look menacing, because the Autobots were peace-loving vehicles, civilian vehicles. The Decepticons were very militaristic looking. Yeah. Like tanks and jets and APCs.
I like that they incorporated that, where I think it was the second movie, and he's like a tank, but then he can also turn into a jet as well.
Which didn't make any sense to me at all. It didn't make sense.
How could the jet get up? It's so. How could the tank get up? It's so freaking heavy.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, if they were gonna do the triple changer aspect with the tank and a jet, it might as well just been Blitzwing.
Yeah, you're right. Have you guys seen the new animated on the Netflix
Amazon
premiere.
Prime. Or
The one for
Transformers Prime.
Cybertron trilogy. Yes, I have.
Wait,
I've checked out a bit of it. It's okay. You know, it's okay. They at least make the characters look more like how they're supposed to look.
Yeah, I got rid of Netflix after the whole Cuties debacle.
Fair enough.
I mean, I want to get it back because there were movies that are unique to Netflix that I loved watching. Like Outlaw King. I love Outlaw King.
Well, I am gonna bring up something real quick since we're all enjoying talking with each other. But the new trailer for Cobra Kai was released.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it looks. Okay. Just to get it out there, I have not seen any. I saw the first 2 episodes of Cobra Kai when the first season was introduced on YouTube. So I saw the first 2 episodes because they were free. I haven't seen any more of the show. I know. Everyone tells me it's incredible. I just want to get that on the record right now.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's pretty much, from what I've seen, the only show in a while that's kept up a good consistent theme and has appealed to the audience. Like, they're the only franchise recently that's brought in old characters but also brought in new ones that you can appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you had told me 10 years ago that Karate Kid would be making a comeback in this form, I would have said get in his damn straitjacket and get into a psych ward. You are
I wouldn't have believed you, yeah.
insane. And then first season of Cobra Kai comes out and everyone, a lot of people like laughed at it because they're like, you're really going to bring back Karate Kid in this? What? And then people started watching and everyone's like,
oh, okay.
Oh, what am I watching? Is this possible? Are they doing this? They're doing it.
I can't wait though. Season 4, man. Like, they're gonna open up on Daniel and
Johnny
just becoming friends now.
Yeah, season 4, they're really, I think, going all out. It's from the trailer. That's the feel I get because they're bringing back the one dude from Karate Kid 3.
Yeah, what's his name? The really rich guy.
It's near the end. It's like in the last third of it.
Oh God, I forgot his name. I don't want to say Terry.
I haven't seen it in 3 in a long time. My opinion, 3 should have never been made.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Oh no! Scroll just a tiny bit more, and you see him with the ponytail. Yeah, right there. Yeah, and you see him training with the ponytail.
That is cool.
Yeah,
I haven't seen this trailer yet. That's awesome.
Yeah, oh God, the guy who ends up taking over Cobra Kai when Johnny gives it to him. Steven Crowder actually interviewed him.
Oh,
really?
He's also interviewed Ralph Macchio before too. I kid you not, I saw them. Yeah,
very nice.
I'm like, wait, Steven Crowder's talking to Ralph Macchio? What is going on here?
And
I wouldn't have believed anybody if they told me this was going to happen.
Yeah, but you know what? This is not a reboot, though. I've heard some people say, "Oh, it's a reboot." No, it's not. It's a
continuation.
But it's
if they say it's a reboot, they probably haven't watched it.
But that's how a continuation should go. Like Picard, in my opinion, is a continuation of TNG. Basically, that's basically what it is. Cobra Kai is the best way that I've seen so far and heard is the best version of a continuation of something from the past done right compared to all these other franchises that can do continuations but do them terribly.
Yep.
I mean, God, I miss the good old days of TV. Just
miss the good old days where you could just sit back, relax, watch a television program, watch a movie, go to a sporting event, and not have to have the outside world creep in.
Yeah, I mean, that's why for me, like, So I'm a huge Power Rangers fan. Like, and I say whatever. But here's the thing. There have been several fan series that have come out. And yes, you could tell they're fan series. It's obvious. But it's the lore of Power Rangers that they stick so well to. It's for a fan series, they're well done. Like the one I absolutely love is Unworthy. They just dropped episode 4 because they were going to drop it earlier, but the pandemic put delay on that. And it's like 30 minutes long, which is like twice as long as their longest one before that. It is so good. It's worth the wait. I mean, but it's a fan series, but they keep upping the ante with every episode. And there's other ones too, but they're all kind of linking together in the same way to where they're all, these 3 fan series are going to converge into one big event. They've already teased it. They're all converging into one big event. But that's the thing. It's like for certain franchises, the fan series is how some of this stuff is continuing. Like Star Trek, the fan series would be continuing Star Trek if it weren't for the whole freaking Axanar CBS debacle that killed that, really.
Yep. I mean, I saw the teaser for Axanar, and I'm thinking, oh, this looks good. This looks real good.
Are you talking Prelude to Axanar?
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. Prelude to Axanar was... I still love watching it to this day. It looks beautiful. But they've only released that, I guess you can call it 4-parter, because they were going to actually make it into like a feature film kind of thing. But then because of the CBS lawsuit, they had to split it up into a 4-parter of the Battle of Axanar, kind of the whole thing. They've only released the first part. They haven't released any of the other parts yet.
Nope.
Which it's stupid, because if you filmed it all at one time, why don't you say, okay, this, May part 1, June part 2, July part 3, August part 4, like hype it up. You have a month to hype up the next part. It's like you released the first part like several months ago. Stupid. God. Oh.
Agreed.
It's not greed. It's Alec Peters being a total jerkwad is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like him. I have no desire to like him in the slightest. I think that's his name, right? Alec Peters? Or am I getting the name wrong? Okay. I just want to make sure I was getting the name right.
I mean, it's a case of fans do it better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how long these executives have or haven't been in Hollywood, but fans do it better.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's they have more appreciation from somebody who just wants to make a buck off the title.
Yeah. I mean, they care about the lore. I mean, even if they're making their fan thing, so it might not be quote unquote lore accurate, it's the spirit, it's the vibe, it's the feeling that you get when you watch it that they're still holding on to and replicating, I guess you could say, within their creation. You know?
And a perfect example of that is when TKO and I were writing our series in high school. Whenever we were drawing ships, we tried to make sure that they looked at least, somewhat like a Federation starship might look a few years in the future, and an alien ship might look like in Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't deviate from too many of the designs. We may have, looked at a couple of ships like, the New Orleans class, which was basically a kit bash of a Galaxy class, and taking, something like the Intrepid and thinking, how could we make these pieces work? Creating our own kit bashes, in other words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I've seen fan designs like on Trek Yards, and I know some people hate on Trek Yards and whatnot. I like Trek Yards. I like them because they talk about starships, and I'm a huge starship guy. I don't care what franchise it is. If they got a starship, I will like it. Even if, I hate the sequel trilogy of Star Wars, but they do have certain ships that I do actually like. Whether they're terrible in design or whatever, I'm like, that's a crappy ship as in every single shape and form, but I still like it because of the concept and the way it looks.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I mean, that one from the beginning of The Last Jedi where they kind of quote unquote replicated how like the bombers were in World War II with like a formation of them going over a target kind of thing. The thing was terrible in the movie, but I still like the design because it's creative. It's out of the box thinking. It's not something you would typically see in Star Wars. And yes, it could have been that they could have used it differently and redesigned it. And I got my own thoughts on that, but I still like the design. So what did I do? I bought the ship. I have it right now in a box and a little tin I have of a whole bunch of different ships. Mainly Star Wars, but
that's the thing, you know. We can all watch something. Maybe we are not crazy about, you know, a particular movie or a particular series, but we might see something in that IP that makes us go, "That's cool."
Mm-hmm. And I will say that is one thing Discovery did better than Picard. They actually did come up with some Federation ship designs, and I'm like, okay, I actually like that a little bit now. I'd get a model of that. That is the one thing I will say Discovery does have over Picard, is they actually did come up with some interesting Federation ship designs.
Mm-hmm. And some of those ship designs you can see.
There is season 3 though.
24th century aspect to it, and it'd be a nice upgrade.
We don't talk about season 3 ship designs.
Can't forget about the plane wing.
We don't talk about season 3 Discovery ship designs. That's forbidden.
I'm talking about 24th century ship designs. You know, take some of those designs, give them the refit look, but make them look in line with something like a Nebula class, Galaxy class.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know who in their right mind decided to hire somebody who made a ship look exactly like a Boeing 747 plane wing.
Or how about the one where it's like it kind of reminds you a little bit of the Trade Federation battleship, where it's like a metal outer hull, but then the rest of the center of the ship is like a biodome, basically.
Oh yeah.
or the one ship that the nacelles are about 3 times longer than the actual
You're right.
hull.
We don't talk about season 3.
Oh,
just
God.
It's a disgrace.
Yeah. Remember detachable nacelles? Remember programmable?
Oh
matter.
yeah. The Great Burn. A kid screaming. Yeah. Amazing.
God,
He just Kamiyamiya'd and then all the warp engines exploded.
You know, at least season 2, you could say they came up with something original. At least they came up with something original. You got to give that for season 2.
I don't know. It felt very dragged on. The whole thing about Discovery is it feels like every season is focused on one central story, when really every episode should feature its own story.
Well, I don't mind having a central story like in let's use Babylon.
I mean, they
5.
could have done what Voyager did. You know, their entire central story is that they're trying to get home, but on the way home, each episode they're finding out new things.
Yeah, you know, like that Babylon 5, you know, there's a progressing storyline that leads up to the whole Shadow War, and then the events after the Shadow War of, you know, with the whole Centauri and everything. You know, you got there is a connecting line with everything, but there's so much built around that line, but they still progress around that line with everything they add.
Season 2 had originality. I'll give you that. It's just the way they implicated that originality.
No, I agree with you there, but I'm just saying.
It's just that they could have taken it where, you know, it wasn't about Michael Burnham's mom time traveling. I just thought that was a little bit silly.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like,
I'm going to bring up something I brought up on your stream, Patriot, and that was, you know, the Dominion. We weren't introduced to the Dominion right away. We've got little hints of the Dominion's presence here and there. But they didn't just say, okay, here's the Dominion, enjoy.
Yep.
They would have characters mention the Dominion. You know, we would get mentions of ships that have gone into the Gamma Quadrant and haven't returned to DS9, haven't reported back to the Klingon Empire, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And that's what you want. You don't want this new enemy or this new threat to be thrown upon you, you want to, get little hints about it before it actually arrives.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I mean, the Red Angel concept, I think you could have carried at least two. You could have done season 1 and 2 on. Get rid of the Klingon War. Have that be a 2-season thing. And then I don't know what they would have done for season 3, but at least the Red Angel thing you could have actually done as a 2-season thing, especially it laced in with Section 31. Because again, Section 31 was just thrown in there. It was just thrown in there.
And they have ships for some reason.
And badges.
Section 31 didn't have to have their own ships because they would just use whatever Starfleet's using.
Yeah, but they would probably they obviously modified them because we see in DS9 they're able to beam through shields. So obviously they have advanced tech of
slight modifications, but what we see is that they have their completely own class of ships, which I don't know. That I feel like construction like that would have gone noticed.
Well, I mean, if you look at the ships, to be honest, those ship designs belong.
Oh no, they're cool. They're really cool.
There's only one Section 31 ship that I like. The first one we see, where it kind of resembles
Deimos class.
I think this one. It kind of reminds you of a Talus a little bit.
Oh yeah. That one was cool.
Yeah, the one we see leaving Kronos. That's the only Section 31 ship I actually like the look of. All of them. All the other Section 31 ships to me felt like they belonged in season 3. Look at how advanced they look. It's way too advanced for the time. Discovery doesn't look like it's set in the right time period, but the Section 31 ships felt several hundred years advanced.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that they threw them in there. I don't think they should have been involved at all. Because what would have been better instead of a Discovery show would have been a Section 31 show.
Which they were going to do, actually.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
Michelle
so,
Yeoh was actually going to do it. She had signed on, but they kept dragging their feet. And Michelle Yeoh said, basically, look, either you guys get me something, you guys get me a script, you get me something, or I'm done. I'm not going to keep waiting around. I got other projects and stuff I'm doing that I've been signed on for. I can't keep waiting for you to give me something while I got this other stuff I've already committed to as well. Like, basically crap or get off the pot kind of thing.
Understandable, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is with Section 31, again, that could have been a 2-season arc in tow with the Red Angel. You could have hinted at Section 31, little whispers and what like that, and then in season 2, you get the reveal of actual Section 31 with certain ships that they have, as an antagonist, But again, you threw them in there. You just threw them in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the best interpretation of Section 31 is obviously from, you could say, Deep Space Nine or the Enterprise show, but the JJ films didn't do a bad job with the Vengeance, I have to admit. The Vengeance is probably the best looking ship in that trilogy. The super big ship that, what's his name?
No,
commands.
I know. I have a, where is that pin? Where the hell did I put it? Give me 1 second. Yeah.
Who's gonna lead us? You?
And like I said,
he's playing you, son.
Last week, you had Peter Weller, RoboCop, so that was a plus for me because I've always liked him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, found it. Let me go on camera.
Oh, sick.
Someone actually got me this many years ago.
I have to. It's a really good ship. It's really nice.
It's a good ship design, but like we pointed out in my stream, there are things about this ship that also make zero damn sense.
True. Yeah.
Like, okay, so I don't know if you can see it. Those little bulbous things right there.
Yeah.
Phaser emitters. Remember the whole arcing shots you see in the movie? That's the phaser emitters.
Weird.
Yeah, and then on the saucer section here, if you and we did cover this in my stream.
I remember it.
Yeah, there you see those in the movie. You see those turret-like things come down, and they almost look like rail guns. That's the torpedo launchers.
That's weird.
And then it can launch drones which the drones then fire torpedoes at their target and then kamikaze and explode into their target.
Yeah,
Overpowered.
I've never been a fan of the weapons they introduced in that movie because they were more of bolts rather than beams.
Well, I mean, I get how it's, again, alternate timelines, so there are certain things you can't excuse as how they're more movie era.
I have to
in certain
admit that was a
ways.
very smart move on their part, because if they just kept it with the original timeline, then there would have been a lot more fuss out of this, but they definitely reduced a lot of tension by putting it into a separate timeline.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing with the JJ movies is many of the ship designs I was not a fan of. The only actually, I didn't even like the Enterprise, to be honest. I did not like
I didn't
the
either.
first
Yeah,
Constitution.
the nacelles were too
that
big.
wasn't the Enterprise to me.
Yeah. The only 3 ships I liked, and actually it's one from each movie. I liked the Kelvin, what we see in the beginning of 09. I liked the Kelvin. It just simple,
such a beautiful ship. Yeah, the Einstein.
it's kind of based on like a Saladin class in a way. The Vengeance from the second movie, and then the Franklin from the third one.
Mm.
I liked the Franklin. It's like that small, compact ship design that I wish we saw more of in Star Trek. Like small crew of maybe 20, kind of like the Federation version of a Klingon bird of prey, kind of. Like small, like a small ship, small crew, decent enough armaments, and you can create them in mass and use them for various roles. And that can land on planets.
Just like the Defiant. When the Defiant was introduced on DS9, the maximum crew capacity for it was 50.
Right, but I'm saying, but go even a little smaller than the Defiant, even. Like, there's a class. If you look up the Archer class, 12-person crew has 3 phaser emitters, only capable of like warp 6. Had 1 torpedo tube with like a half dozen torpedoes, but it was atmospheric capable. Like, again, small ship that can land on, that has a dozen people with enough firepower to defend itself. Like the Federation creates those ships in mass. Like, you could overwhelm any ship even the Borg. You send out, several hundred of those ships. Well, then there's
no way the Borg can target them.
They can't target them, but imagine like 150 Archer class ships all firing at a Borg cube. And yeah, you can say, well, they only have 6 torpedoes. That's say they all fire their torpedoes simultaneously across the entire Borg cube. 150 times 6 is what? 900 torpedoes.
If we are talking about the Archer class, though, I have a feeling they'd only be able to destroy 1 Borg cube. Because after 1 is destroyed, then they're going to adapt.
Well, but the premise is that, because remember, the Borg, I'm talking like, imagine Sector 001 battle from First Contact. So instead of having like 100 big ships, imagine having maybe 20 bigger ships, and then you have like 200 Archer class ships in the midst of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like these small little ships that are pretty well armed for their size, that are pretty maneuverable because they're small, so their thrust to weight ratio is a lot lower. They're like perfect little swarm ships, and the crew cost is minimal compared to even a Defiant.
Right.
Again, that's the practical person in me thinking Starfleet really should have adopted certain tendencies in the way they did ships and practice and everything. But
I think that's what the Defiant ship kind of proves with Cisco. Like, they decommissioned it when really that ship should have been, created in a factory. That ship should have been the main fighter ship that most Starfleet personnel use. Because the reason they decommissioned the Defiant was because of how overpowered it was, and it could almost tear off its own hull. When really that was what got Cisco through a lot of battles. So if they had more effort into making those ships, would have easily won against the Borg for sure.
Well, the reason that Cisco even states in DS9, the reason why it was the project, I guess we'll call it Project Defiant, just because I don't know what the actual project name was. But the reason with the Defiant is because the Borg threat started to lessen and lessen and lessen after Wolf 359. So Starfleet didn't feel like it was necessary to keep
put all those
working
resources.
on the project. Exactly. And then what happens once the Dominion starts, whispers of the Dominion and then being an actual threat, they're like, holy crap, the Defiant's actually
if only
really
they
useful.
knew.
So, I mean, because there was that one DS9 episode, Avenger, where it's where Nog and Jake get rescued by another Defiant class.
Oh yeah, the one that's commanded by the, I guess, children.
Squad.
You could say
Red Squad.
Yeah, Red Squad. Basically, like
that would have been a great show right there too. A show about Red Squad.
I mean, the problem is that Red Squad was using a Defiant class, so it would have taken away from DS9 in terms of like a hero ship. So that's the only thing, though.
True. I mean, it didn't have to be, because I remember it could have been a show taking place after the events of DS9, because didn't their ship blow up?
Because they went after like this one Dominion ship, and then they thought they destroyed it, and then
they all died. I remember, right?
The only 3 that didn't die was the one girl who was like equivalent to like a first officer. And then Nog and Jake, they were in like an escape pod that the Defiant rescued.
Yeah, because you're right. If it was the Defiant, it would take away the importance from Deep Space Nine's heroic ship, which is the Defiant.
Yeah.
It would have been cool to see more development on those characters, because they were the youngest people we saw in Starfleet literally take the chain of command no problem, and maybe even perform it better than most Starfleet personnel did.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that would have been interesting.
It was like a weird, like a little bit of a weird philosophy that was being introduced, that children, or not children, but younger adults get the job done better because of how, I don't know, much in their prime they are, I guess. They're more aware, But that's the thing that gets me, they might be in their prime more, but they're less experienced.
Well, and that was what did Nog say to the one girl? It was something along he says at the end of the episode, something along the lines of he was he was like a good captain but a terrible leader or something like that. Basically, it was like he kind of got too big for his own britches and let his ego get in the way of smart command decisions.
Because I don't think he felt the loss of somebody under his command yet.
Not to my knowledge, no. Because the train, I guess the Starfleet officers that were there to train them died because their ship was ambushed, and then all the cadets took over.
It was like they were trained in a lot of the operations, but they weren't trained on how to deal with like emotional loss or, decisive thinking, like on the spot, because that's the hardest part about being a captain. It might be easy. You could have a 5-year mission that's completely peaceful, but then you might be unlucky like Kirk, where you literally have to come up with ideas on the spot because there's a giant green hand grabbing your ship. Like it means a lot to be a captain, and I think the Red Squad, especially in that episode, they kind of prove that, where you have to be experienced. Doesn't matter how good you are at the operations. So it would have been, I guess, interesting to see those 3 characters throughout the years kind of redeem themselves for what horrible mistake they did before that caused their entire crew to get killed.
I mean, what would have been cool is if you had like Red Squad. And let's say that there, it's like a covert base where the elite cadets are trained, because Starfleet doesn't want anyone finding out where like the elite of cadets are trained. So it's like a secret base, basically. Like, let's say it's ambushed and Red Squad has to fight them off in like a 2-parter pilot. And then they're like, what do we do? Like, we can't alert Starfleet because very few admirals and in the head of Starfleet even know that we exist. Like, what do we do? So basically they have like runabouts or prototype versions of the next gen runabouts that are combat capable, and it's all about them trying to survive on this, say, asteroid base or moon base using vehicles that weren't designed what they were intended to do. And basically, how do we survive long enough for us to be able to get a transmission out to somebody who actually knows we exist and that we're in trouble, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
And you could have it during the Dominion War too. I mean, you could introduce another small ship class like a runabout, but combat design, basically.
True, yeah.
You know, you could
because
do that.
like what Red Squad wasn't just one group. I mean, it was more of like a designation to certain officers.
Red Squad, from what I recall, and obviously you could rewatch the episode and correct me at any point, but Red Squad was basically the elite of the cadets.
Yep, the best of the best.
The best of the best of the cadets, basically. That's what Red Squad was. That's why they were able to take command of the Defiant once the few officers that were there to just watch over them as they went on the training mission. That's why they were able to operate the ship so efficiently, because they were the best of the best, and they already knew how to operate the ship. They were just on a trial run to make sure that they could operate cohesively, basically.
Right.
So, I mean, it has been a little bit since I've seen the episode, but that's just from memory what I'm going off of. So I could be wrong, and I will gladly be corrected if
I think you're right
proven.
Completely, because
No, you're on the right
that's
path.
how I'm remembering it.
What was that, Mike?
I said you're on the right path.
Okay. Okay. Memory don't fail me now.
This is the way.
This is the way. This is the way. Oh, so Spock, have you've seen Mandalorian? Have you?
Yes, I have.
Both seasons or just the first one?
Oh, both seasons.
What do you think of the show? It gets a lot of hate or a lot of love depending on literally the person you're talking to.
Yeah, I'm mixed on it. I mean, I can understand where the hate comes from. Some people don't like, Grogu's fed pass that Ahsoka just gives. Like, oh, he was there at the Jedi Temple and, he was saved by somebody and he witnessed everything. I mean, personally, I thought that was kind of lazy. I mean, they could have capitalized that a bit more. If they were going to say he was, there at the Jedi Temple, it would have been cool to see some kind of flashback or something. But, I honestly didn't mind the show. I actually really liked it because compared to the other ones that are coming out now, this one felt a lot more in tune with the George Lucas vision. I mean, obviously there is a lot of differences in writing. You have the that one episode with the fish lady, which is, a very mixed episode. Not personally my favorite one. And, you see Grogu eating the eggs and whatnot.
Yeah.
But, minus those weird episodes, I really had favorites like the Crate Dragon, the Old Republic references they were bringing in.
Yep.
It brought hope for me that maybe these, Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau are actually looking at Legends and are going to pull some things out of it and possibly make Legends canon. But, that's a big thing to hope for. But if it goes down the same path, I see this going for a couple seasons. It's just, I don't understand I think the one thing that sticks out about me in this show that I've never really talked about publicly is the reason for people saying that the show can't go on without Cara Dune. I think it could go on for 10 seasons without her, to be honest, because she did play a good role. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's just I don't see her as a main character.
Well, she wasn't meant to be a
supporting character.
Yeah,
like a supporting character.
Yeah, she was. Well, I mean, you had Bill Burr, who was, I think, a great supporting character too.
Mm-hmm.
As Mayfield.
Who was she?
Bill Burr was Mayfield.
Oh, Mayfield. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So, and then Gina Carano, and honestly, I think the reason why Cara Dune got so much more attention, like Cara Dune was a liked support character. Like whenever she showed up in an episode, people are like, "Oh, great! It's Cara Dune. It's Gina Carano's character." But then once the whole thing with Gina Carano exploded, I think that's why her popularity skyrocketed. because everyone's
Yeah.
like support Gina Carano, support Cara Dune kind of mentality, which if that hadn't happened, Cara Dune wouldn't have been brought so much to the forefront then. Because remember, Rangers of the New Republic was supposedly going to star Cara Dune, Gina Carano, as the lead, supposedly.
Correct, yeah.
So, but they've already shifted towards going back to Mandalore with season 3, because remember the whole Darksaber, like whoever wields it basically is controls Mandalore, and the only way to get it is you have to kill the person who owns it. So that's the whole thing.
I like that they're at least keeping the Mandalorian.
Rebels,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yet if you look at Rebels, it wasn't that way. I realize
I
Rebels
know,
is
I
more
know.
aimed at kids, but I'm just saying.
No,
That's real
I
nitpick.
agree with you. I agree with you there. I'm just telling you like what the main reason why they'd be going back to Mandalore is because you have the Darksaber. Katie Sackhoff is the same character that we see in Rebels. So it's they're going back to Mandalore to retake Mandalore. That's the direction that they've that it looks like that they're going down.
Right.
What that will look like, I don't know, because basically you're going to have Mandalorians versus Imperial Remnant, basically.
I still think Din has a lot more to prove, though. It might just be me, but I feel like season 3 is a bit too quick for him to be ruler of Mandalore.
I don't think he doesn't want to be ruler, though. He has no desire to.
Right, like even if he doesn't, I think that adds a lot to his character. The fact that he's so humble and he doesn't even want to be, the ruler of Mandalore is more of a justification for him to be the ruler of Mandalore. I mean, I just think we have to see something a bit more compelling. I mean, the fight between him and Moff Gideon was really good, but that only happened between him and Moff Gideon. Nobody saw that. He just came back with the Darksaber, and, people just assumed that he kicked his ass. But I think something more epic has to be set up where unintentionally he fights someone with the Darksaber and wins that fight in front of a crowd that sees that and witnesses him as the true ruler of Mandalore. But I'm not a writer personally, so I wouldn't really know what they should do, but I'm happy at least that they're taking a lot of the Mandalorian aspects. Like, they're not changing too much. Like, there's still Death Watch, there's still the Night Owls, there's still, whoever wields the saber controls Mandalore, because that's never changed from what I'm aware.
To my knowledge, it hasn't changed. Here's the thing. I don't think they're going to have him ruling Mandalore. That doesn't seem in his in the character that they've set up for him. Because Katie Sackhoff's character is technically the rightful heir to Mandalore, but she needs the Darksaber to solidify that.
Right.
So I think they're going to have that tension between the two of them, but I think they're going the route of retaking Mandalore from the Empire. I think that's the route they're going for season.
Yeah, because what everyone's assuming now that there's going to be a fight between him and Bo-Katan. It might happen like that, but I don't think that they're actually going to fight. Yeah.
No, I don't think that. Now they'll fight side by side, but I don't think there'll be an actual fight between them. Because I think.
I have a feeling though somebody's going to try and steal it.
I mean, they haven't shown anybody yet who would want to steal it, or somebody else who wants it. Because remember, Moff Gideon is, isn't what happened to him at the end of season?
He got bitched.
2? Right. Well, they had him captured.
No, yeah, he got knocked out though. I believe. Forgot. Because
I think the New Republic has him now, don't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, they do.
Yeah,
and I don't know if you guys were aware, but the reason Moff's ship looks so good in that show is because it's an actual real life model.
Really?
See, I love that ship design. Period, though.
Because
the Arkaden's light cruiser.
I was compelled seeing that for the first time. I'm like, how does this look so real? Because I dabble a lot with CGI, so when something real sticks out to me, I just study it. And it took me a while to figure out, but they actually used a real life model, like practical model, for that scene and then just put CGI on top of it, like they did with the original trilogy.
That's, in my opinion, that's the bet. That now you can't do that with every single like starship, but
yeah, because some scenes do require, you know, like the fighting scenes, especially those require a bunch of CGI, not models.
Yeah. I think anything bigger than a fighter needs a actual real life model that you can layer CG over.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, if they just do it like they did in the prequel trilogy, right?
No, the prequel trilogy, I'm pretty sure, I think might have been all CG. I don't remember. I'd have to look into it.
Even the Venators, they were all CGI. But if they kept that style with, you know, the Jedi fighters, that would be cool, because smaller ships do look better as all CGI. I mean, it would be nice if they're able to accomplish all of it as practical, but that would just, like you said, that would be super difficult. That would be more towards, you know, the bigger ships.
Yeah,
but if they do capitalize on CGI for small ships, which I'm sure the Mandalorian will, it would be immersive. I mean, the Razor Crest already in a lot of scenes just looks super, you know, like the lighting they did looks like it's actually in space. You know, the way that the sun reflects off of it, the way that its lighting changes when it moves through like a dust cloud in space. Like, it's actually, the lighting is super ambient, and that's what's important, because if it's just static lighting like we see in Discovery, it kind of throws you off. It's like, oh, this is fake, you know?
Yeah. And I had read a thing about the Razor Crest, how they based the flight area of the Razor Crest off of B-17.
Huh. That is interesting.
And it's supposedly a pre-Imperial ship, right? Before the Empire.
Yeah.
So I it might have been in some of the Clone Wars or prequels. I personally don't remember it though. I think it was. I think it's just a new creation for the show.
It is that, because that ship design was never seen, because everyone was trying to theorize. Well, what did they? You know, was this a Clone War ship? Was this used by the clones? You know, because this could be like a troop carrier kind of thing. Like, it does show elements of like the LAT gunships. You know, so everyone was trying to theorize on it, but nobody had answers. And I'm glad they don't have answers, because honestly sometimes
some things are left better as a mystery.
Yeah, but like what Mike was saying with the physical models, the Orville, that was an actual physical model.
An actual model, yeah. Which is why, like, that scene I was describing earlier, when they pan into the window to show like the dinner and conference and whatnot, it looks like it's an actual drone, you know, circling around the ship.
Right. I mean, I think that's why Seth MacFarlane, to me, is such a good producer, I think would be the way best.
Especially for sci-fi, yeah, because he's just super dedicated towards it.
Well,
like he wants to make it look real. That's his entire plan.
Yeah, I mean, and Orville really personifies a TV show sci-fi that looks really good. Now,
it hits you in a weird spot, right? Because it's like, you know, you don't really know how to fully describe the show. Like, you could say it's a comedy, but then it also features elements of drama and suspense. So it's like, it hits you in a weird spot because it really knows how to balance different moods. Because in Star Trek, all we get, maybe we get some comedy, but the overall theme is serious, right? With Orville, you know, I feel like Orville compared to Star Trek is a lot more realistic for what our world would become, you know, maybe hundreds of years from now. Because I don't think, I mean, it's nice to think that we'll get rid of, you know, horrible flaws in the human nature, but I don't think that's ever possible, because that's just human nature, right? We can't get rid of greed, or, well, maybe we can, but we can't get rid of certain things like jealousy and whatnot. But the Orville, it features, you know, a very enlightened society, but also they still carry the same elements we do today, you know, drugs or, you know, mama jokes or some things like that.
It isn't, yeah. I mean, in some ways, I feel like it's a lot more realistic, you know, like what's his face, the pilot dude, when he's bringing Mercer to the Orville, he's drinking while he's flying the shuttle through the
It's like I'm trying to calm the nerves.
Yeah, I'm trying to calm. And then the episode where
it's like 9 a.m., dude.
Yeah, it's like 9 a.m. And then the one guy, the one guy who later goes into engineering. He's got like a soda in a glass, and he's like, "Captain, can I have this on the bridge?" Yeah, just don't put it on the console so it gets all sticky. Okay, takes a sip, puts it in a cup holder,
John Lamar.
and just down.
He's like, I remember that scene, and when Lamar is asking him when he's like first interviewing each of the crew members, he's like, "So our last captain allowed us to have Coke on the bridge. I'm just wondering if that's still cool."
And then Mercer and his ex/first officer, when they're like, "Oh, we're going to your parent." Okay, you know what? I need something to help calm me down. And then what does she say? She says like one pop brownie or something like that to the replicator.
Oh, yeah. One cannabis edible.
Yeah, one cannabis pop brownie.
Yeah, dude, I thought that was hilarious because you don't even see stuff like that in Star Trek, and it's a weird thought. It's like, well, do they still smoke weed?
I mean,
it's interesting because the Orville, it introduces scenes like that, and then you get other scenes where the Kalon are trying to destroy Earth, so it becomes super serious.
Yeah.
But I have to admit, Seth knows what he's doing, because the whole thing about Star Trek 2 was not only all the epic, suspenseful scenes, but the catchphrases, right? Live long and prosper, or Scotty, beam me up. Even though Kirk never said that, but it's just the catchphrases stick out, and a lot of people remember that from Star Trek. So Orville, you get that too. Like, hey, can you open this jar of pickles for me? It's perfect. He knows how to make the show memorable for the audience.
Well, and he makes whenever they introduce an alien race and you go to the home planet, you feel like it's an actual culture. Like when you go to the Mocklins, they're testing weapons right around the shuttle. They're like, hey, wait, what is this? Oh, that's new weapons testing ground. Okay, and then you see like the shuttle rock, and they're like, hey, ceasefire. We got a Union shuttle coming through, and they're like, oh, sorry. And then the shuttle flies through, and then you just see the explosions. I mean, it's like, the Mocklins is a very warrior-esque society, explosions, firepower. And then you see the one race where they live on that gravity-intensive planet, and it looks like any other populace, peace-loving and whatnot. But, the moment that they get off that planet, because they've lived in such high gravity for so long, they're basically like superhuman strength, basically. They make each alien race's planet feel like an actual
that's
alien
something
race.
Star Trek never did. I mean, they might have done something similar, but I feel like Orville is the only thing to come up with something as original as the Zillayans. That a planet's gravity that's so strong that if you were to step on it, you would turn into a flattened Coke can.
Yeah, because didn't they have to wear those special suits to counteract gravity?
Because I was gonna bring that up. There's that episode where John Billingsley guest stars along with Robert Picardo and Marley Hagan, and it's where Alara returns back home because she isn't able to do the things that they know she can do off Saleya.
Right.
So Mercer is trying to get back to the shuttle, and his suit is running out of time, and it actually crushes his leg at one point just as he gets near the shuttle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean...
And they even had to have special settings on the shuttle just so it could land on the surface of the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even the Kalon, even when they... not the Kalon, the Krill, when they show them on the ships.
It's plausible, too, They don't just make something dumb and outlandish like Discovery, like the spore drive, Like, that's just... You can't that doesn't... Really, you can't apply that to modern day physics or anything, With the Zillayans, it's very plausible that there might be a planet out there that's got way different gravity than what we have on Earth,
Mm-hmm.
that's what I love about the Orville. It surrounds all of its creatures and everything in plausibility.
I mean, the Krill. I mean, we never see a Krill home planet, but on the Krill ships, you see a culture, you see design, you see aesthetics, you see Krill culture basically in that one episode when they're disguised as Krill. The Kalon even. Say what again?
Praise Avis.
Yeah.
Oh, I rewatched that episode again yesterday. I forgot how gross that scene was when they're in the church and they're undercover as Krill. And they attend services, and he just gets the dismembered head and starts stabbing it over and over again. I'm like, oh my god.
Show no mercy. We fight for the glory.
And Gordon's like, dude, that was so freaking sick. I thought I was going to throw up.
But like, even the Kalon, as much as the Kalon were kind of shown as like, oh, we're just observers. But when you actually go to their planet, they make you feel like you're on an actual alien planet that the Kalon exist on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I cannot genuinely think of the last time I even saw that in Star Trek, where there was an actual alien race and you actually went to their planet and it was unlike anything that, because even in DS9 Next Generation, all the quote unquote aliens, their planets were practically exactly like Earth. Sure, the cultures were a little different, but it was basically Earth. In some way, shape, or form, it was Earth.
Yeah.
Like, Orville actually gave us vastly different planets with vastly different cultures.
And we actually got to see Earth, too, not to mention, because in the first episode of Orville, he pulls into his apartment, and you can see what Earth looks like in New York City at that time.
Yeah. I still... Rob Lowe's character in that one Orville episode. You see, what's his face? Oh god, I'm going so damn blank on it. The comedian,
Godzillionaire. Wait, Star Trek was filmed on Earth?
Yeah, I know, right? The only time you see Earth in Star Trek, it feels like, is in some of the movies. It's about the only time you feel like you're on Earth. Well, no, DS9.
I
DS9.
love that name, by the way. You know, it's very creative.
Godzillionaire. Yeah, that's a good one.
If only he was a millionaire.
Yeah.
Godzilla as a millionaire, dude, that boy would be blinging. He'd have a giant bling necklace as he destroys Tokyo.
He's fighting Kong, and he's just like, he holds up his arms. Beer. He's holding his arms, takes off his gold bling, hangs it on like a bridge or like a steeple, and then he just like waves his arms. Come at me.
Oh my god.
That would be amazing. God, I want to see a parody of that, please. Somebody make a good parody.
I was just going to say, if anyone's watching this after the fact or even right now, come up with that.
Please.
We'll watch it. We will watch it. We will subscribe to your channel.
I want it based off his profile picture. Like, he has to have a saxophone, too.
Who's that one famous saxophone player? It's not
King Kong ain't got nothing on me.
Oh my god, you're killing me here. Oh Lord have mercy. Oh,
I gotta highlight that comment. Oh god, Zillionaire. Thank you, brother. Thank
What was
you.
that from again?
Training day.
Oh yeah. King Kong ain't got nothing on me.
I swear I've heard it from somewhere else other than Training Day.
Yeah, me too. I've heard that a lot. It's probably a very common phrase.
It probably is. Let's see. The sax is because of the wake down. Some random clip he found the epic sax guy is. Oh my god! Oh my god! Is it Kenny G who plays the saxophone, or it's like one of those guys who plays a saxophone and he's just like, it's like melodic music. I can just see like Godzilla. He just destroys Tokyo. He's like kind of tired after he just destroyed half of it. All of a sudden, you just see him like like reach into the water, pull out like a giant like golden saxophone. It's glistening in the fires, and he just starts like leans back on his tail, and he's just playing the sax and whatnot, and he's just like chilling and rocking. Oh my god! Oh, the stories you could come up just on that image alone.
And then Mothra shows up, and he goes, "Really, man? Really?"
He just puts it down, and he's just like, he just cracks his neck, takes off the bling, and he's just like, all right, let's do this. Oh god. Although what would even be funnier is if what's the three-headed monster? Is that Ghidorah?
I think so. I don't want to say yes because I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I can't remember all the monster names. I want to say it's Ghidorah. Like Ghidorah is just like a drummer. He's got like 3 heads, and he's just like he's.
I just remembered where the quote's from. It's from that one movie you were talking about, but there's also this other one where it's reused in Malibu's Most Wanted.
Okay, I've never seen either one of those. So, but I
such a funny movie.
Search Godzilla on the sax. King Ghidorah. That's it. That's just imagine him like he has his head.
Bling Ghidorah.
Bling Ghidorah. Godzilla. Okay, I'm gonna look Godzilla on sax up quick because I want to save this to my save videos on YouTube so I can watch.
I was gonna say if you want to share it to the screen, you can.
Well, the problem is that if it's copyrighted in any way, like the sax music, I don't know if it would be copyright struck or anything. So that's why.
Or at least pause it at a certain point where it's showing him with the saxophone.
Godzilla on... What's it called? Godzilla on the sax. Let me do that. Let's see here. Let's do a YouTube search. Yeah, oh my god.
There is 14 seconds long.
Let's see. I don't know if this one's it. There's
bound to be a 10-hour remix somewhere.
Let me play. Is this it? I don't. Oh my! I don't know if this is it. It's 15 seconds long.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my! What did I? You know what? Hang on one second.
All right.
Copy this. All right, I'm putting this in private chat. So you guys, yeah, because I don't know if you want to, because it is the music is I don't know if it's copyrighted music, but the music it's that one thing where you'll see like a 10-hour loop, and it's just that one sax beat going on for like 10 hours on like a loop with like whatever like 2-second clip. It's like that sax thing. So. Yeah. Oh my god. It's again. I don't know if we can play it on here. I kind of want to, so we all can enjoy it at the same time. But like I said, I don't know if it would get you copyright struck or not.
You could show the video at least.
I can mute the video and let it play.
Because the video alone is just hilarious.
Yeah, the video alone. And then if you watch the video and you get that sax beat in your head, and then you can still mute it and just play it in your head as you're watching. Oh my! Oh my god! Oh Godzillionaire! Thank you for that. You are a brilliant person. It is just the one I watched was different.
What the heck is
that? I'm gonna go back to that one. But I'm not playing any of the audio, but just watching this alone.
Oh my god! Although Godzillionaire, you could actually make that a GIF if you get the video. I'm sure there's a way you could make that into like a GIF of some sort. Which if you do,
a 3D one though.
Yeah,
someone straight up ripped the 2014 Godzilla Oh my god.
He's got a freaking team. He's got
His
Marty
whole band, and he's got Marty McFly over there.
and he's got Jaws over there too. Oh my
gosh, that body deformation.
Oh my god! You know what makes that even more is what makes this the best is seriously you got like these like fearsome monsters and then Marty McFly on the DeLorean. Like it's like what the hell is that?
Someone had way too much hot time on there.
Somebody is a beautiful, brilliant bastard for watching for making this.
This guy's just sitting back in his desk
is
right
awesome.
now.
Yeah, I made that.
This is just. Oh my god!
Well, this should have more than
You can like put
10,000
any song to
views.
this, literally.
Oh my god! Oh, post that in the private chat. I actually
You could put the Orville theme song to
I'm
that.
gonna save that to my. Oh,
The T-Rex on drums is amazing.
and then the mutated shark playing keyboard.
What the heck was Marty doing?
I don't know, but that's what made it so great. Is Marty's just standing on the hood of the DeLorean, door up, and he's like playing the guitar. It's just like, okay, I get the Velociraptor, I get the T-Rex, I get the mutated shark, but Marty McFly, what the hell?
We're gonna go ahead and post it in the comments too.
Yes. Okay, let me pull this one up. All right, I'm saving this to my saved.
Oh man.
I think we should end the stream right here.
Yes, yes, we desperately.
Before we
need to.
do that, I was curious, Pacific. What is your favorite Orville episode? And last, what can't you wait for season 3?
Minority Rule has to be one of my favorites just because it speaks volumes on the world today. You know, how quickly people turn on you on social media, and if you make an observation that they don't agree with.
Isn't that the one with like the rating system? Like everyone wears that like badge. Okay.
Oh yeah. That's a funny one. Lamar humps the statue. He's like, oh, like this or like this.
Oh my god, I forgot about. Oh no, I didn't forget it. I forgot that moment.
Oh my god, yeah. I remember one time I just paused it just to check it out what the people in the green were saying, and they were like, "Leave that guy alone," or he was like, "That guy's actually sexy," or something.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, Seth definitely typed all of these.
Yeah, it's again again even the writing with the creativity of the episodes. I mean, seriously, that episode is so relevant about like almost like a social credit score in a way. Like it's so brilliant yet so relevant at the same time.
I guess the last thing that ended off is there's a reason why John Williams is doing the music for that show.
I mean, yeah,
because he has faith in it.
That's wait, but hold on a second. Didn't John Williams return for Rise of Skywalker though?
Yeah, he did.
Oh well, can't blame him there though, because Star Wars everybody thought was gonna be good.
No, I blame him for no. If he did Force Awakens, I could say, oh, I don't blame you. It's the first no. Rise of Skywalker, no. That's no. If he was wearing that badge, I'd hit the arrow down on that one for doing Rise of Skywalker.
Unless he had that music already made before that movie came out.
Maybe.
Anyways, though, this was probably the best time I've had on this stream. So thanks again for inviting me, Mike.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Yeah.
Not a problem, gentlemen. And if you don't mind, I'll post a link to your channels. And I highly recommend anyone who comes across this video to subscribe to Spock and to subscribe to the Smoking Patriot. I really appreciate you gentlemen coming on. I enjoyed this time that we spent together, almost 5 hours. And also,
Yeah,
I don't want to
dang.
forget about Golgo 13.
Yeah,
Everybody,
guys,
please.
definitely go tweet out Team YouTube. Make sure that Golgo gets back his channel.
Yes.
I gotta pull out my Twitter for that one. Dear Lord.
And make sure, guys, it's Team YouTube, because from what I was told, if you at YouTube directly, they're not going to respond.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was.
yeah, it was
it-
Godzillionaire. I agree.
Yeah, if you watch in the beginning part of the stream when he was on, and you hear us have a conversation with him for a little bit in the beginning part of the stream. So he explains and everything what happened, and we talk about YouTube and all that. So
Yep. Fun to be here. If anyone hasn't joined Pacific's Discord, catch us all in there. We're gonna be talking random things. Catch us in the general chat.
Yeah, we're definitely doing this again.
Oh yeah.
Sweet.
Because this is something that I've wanted to do on this channel for a while. I've said it before in a live stream, but it's just something I want to have. I want to have a community where we can all get together and just talk about whatever we want to talk about, whether it's Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever. It's like this Sunday, I'm going to go ahead and promote it because it's part of this channel. This Sunday, I am going to be having a watch party on my Discord for the final game of the 2021 season between the Chicago Cubs and St. Louis Cardinals. Now, normally MLB.TV has the final games of the season on the weekend for free. So people shouldn't have to sign up or anything. They shouldn't have to sign up for a subscription to MLB.TV. Just go on there, create an account, and you should be able to watch any of the games for free. And then after we watch the game together, I'm inviting whomever joins me on Discord during the watch party to join me on the box score for the final episode of 2021 of the box score, and we can go over what we liked about the game, what we didn't like about the game, and talk baseball, talk whatever.
It's been a while since I talked baseball.
Yeah. And also, speaking of the box score, tomorrow night after the Cubs and Pirates game will be the 300th recap I have ever done. Now, unfortunately, not all 300 episodes are on here on the YouTube channel, as I had originally deactivated the channel due to COVA. And then, of course, I thought to myself, what am I doing? You enjoy doing this. Reactivate the channel. By the time I reactivated the channel, it was too late to recover all those videos. And the ones I had backed up on a hard drive, I was able to get. And then I had another hard drive with other episodes of the box score that I wasn't able to recover because that hard drive quit on me. But regardless, you watch season 1, you'll see where it jumps from one episode to another episode, and you're going, this is out of order. No, it's because I wasn't able to recover those episodes. So I'm inviting anybody who wants to join me tomorrow night for the 300th episode. And if you guys have anything you want to plug, go right ahead.
Just like, I guess my channel, talk sci-fi mainly. Sometimes I'll do like favorite vehicles just from like movies or TV shows and whatnot. So I'll have a Pacific on there. I'll have a Nerdporial, TKO. Probably have you on, Spock, sometime as well if you're up for and there is something that Mike, TKO, and I are working on for a 3-parter stream. So I'll make an announcement in a week or two after TKO, Pacific, and I kind of work out some details. But are you still up for that, Mike, by the way?
I'm still up for that. I was just waiting for us all to, work out the fine details. How are we going to do this to begin with? And
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's something we got to work out on. So, but I'll do a quick vid just announcing what we're gonna do, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. So, but yeah. So that's my little plug. So yeah.
Anything you'd like to plug, Spock?
Not much. I guess here, if you want to put the link out, you guys feel free. I just created this Discord not too long ago, but feel free to join the Discord. I'm also here usually in the general chat, just listening to Star Trek music and playing Star Trek Online. So if you guys play Star Trek Online, feel free to join me on there. I got a fleet as well, so we teach a lot of new players how to get handle of the game. We don't just say, oh, look at my ship compared to yours. We actually teach you guys how to, get a really badass ship and, start slaying enemies. So feel free, join the Discord, catch us for some talks. And yeah.
Awesome.
And if you all liked what you saw here, please leave a comment down in the comment section below. Give this video a thumbs up, thumbs down, and subscribe to the Pacific414 YouTube channel. I greatly appreciate it. I do shows like Pop Talk for tonight. I also do Chicago Cubs recaps. I do episode reviews and movie reviews. Speaking of episode reviews, my review of episode 7 for Star Wars Visions should be available early Tuesday morning.
I'm curious. I'm going to have to watch that.
You'll bet your ass I'm going to watch that.
Oh, it's going to happen.
So again, I want to thank you, Patriot. I want to thank you, Spock, for joining me. And again, thank you, Golgo13. Again, to all of you who are listening to this right now, let's help Golgo get his channel back. All the man does is talk about anime and his passion for anime and his knowledge of anime. So let's.
May I just say, he has taught me a lot.
Yes, I've learned a lot. I've watched what live streams I've been able to watch, and I've enjoyed it because I've been informed as to what animes you can watch if you're into different types of genres. If you're into comedy, well, you can watch this anime. If you're into more serious, then watch this anime. He's very informative.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully he gets his channel back. I definitely check out his stuff for sure.
Yeah, he needs to. He's a neat guy. I haven't known him very long, I'll admit it, but I don't care. He's a neat guy.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So, good night, all.
Night.
Night.
And we are out.